Good afternoon, members. It is now 1:22. Reconvening. We are on page 15, members. Page 15, Resolution 24-92, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-92 pass first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution initiates amendments to the revised Charter of the City and County of Honolulu, 1973, as amended, relating to the creation of an Ocean Safety Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one person in the chamber and one logged on.
Okay, I believe I have the list here. Mr. Edward Fujioka. Mr. Fujioka here? Or is that remote?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Hello, welcome. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Edward Fujioka. I'm here to testify on Resolution 24-92. I've submitted written testimony. I stand by that testimony. There's a couple of things that I would like to be amended in this resolution. One is the Ocean Safety Commission be comprised of 7 members instead of 5. This would give a broader range from the community on the commission. And the second amendment I'd like to see is if this resolution 24-50 is approved, that means Ocean Safety will be a department on their own, which means HSD will be comprised of solely medical components, which is EMS, core, and health services. I'd like to see a commission also be stood up to have oversight over HSD. Both commissions will provide oversight, serve as advocates for both employees and the public. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Fujioka? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next, we have Natalie Iwasa.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, Natalie Wassa for the record. So I'm not convinced that a separate Department of Ocean Safety is the best thing, but this resolution deals with creating a commission only. And so my comments on that are that there are no qualifications listed for these people. It goes by the standard appointment listed in the charter. And I ask you to take a look at that because I think many people in the public who do support a separate department are looking to have a certain number of emergency ocean safety personnel on that commission. So yeah, those are my comments for now. I just, one of the things that you folks have in your control is provisos. So as I understand it, part of the concern with this is that Ocean Safety hasn't had their facilities done. They haven't had the same amount of budgeting control. But you folks can put provisos in. So I ask you to also consider that when you're discussing these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have Chun James with her hand raised online.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha. Generally, I'm against big government, but in this case here, I support the concept of a new commission and department. I will testify in the next bill as well. But I think it's very important that if we're going to start something new, let's start it right and let's start it on the right foot. And I believe that it's those in the front line who should have the opportunity to nominate those people they wish to be on the commission. I think those commission members should not come from the city council or the mayor. It should come directly from the front line people who are most affected by this new commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Chun James? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk? I see one other hand raised. Also, oh, we have people from the audience who would like to testify. Please proceed.
Aloha. Should I testify, Chair Waters?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch. We train with the community policing team, a grassroots of the Honolulu Police Department, and I'm in strong support of this Ocean Safety Department resolution. So people have been raving about this piece of legislation and its impact on the community. And I think working together with common goals of getting a solid emergency response team, whether it's ocean safety or paramedic, ambulance, it should be something that we all work on together and collaborate about. So whether or not there is financial support to support a separate office, that's something I think that has to be figured out internally. But I think we should just show support for the Ocean Safety Department. So emergency response teams are critically important to supporting the health and the safety of our community. And the junior lifeguard program operates as a branch of the Ocean Safety Department, and the Junior Lifeguard program is very fun and active. It trains the children to be equipped with life-saving skills. Yeah, all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody else remotely before I turn to the audience?
That concludes the remote testifiers.
Thank you. Mr. Gary, aloha, please. Can you press the on button? There you go.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Waters and honorable council members, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Cecilia Chang. I'm retired, and speaking in my personal capacity, it's really nice to see so many of you familiar faces. I'm a former deputy corporation counsel, and so I did have the opportunity many years before under separate administration and different council members to work with our water safety officers. I was also, as a deputy, I was also handling litigation cases, meaning beach cases, drownings, that sort of thing, and employment and labor law cases. So as in that capacity, I had an opportunity from a lawyer's perspective to work with the people who are in the front lines. I am so pleased with Resolution 2492 and fully support it. I think that from a personnel employment standpoint, it's really crucial to have an independent commission overseeing what I hope will be a separate department for ocean safety, because everybody knows it's crucial and they deserve that larger independent voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim Gary.
Good afternoon. I'm in strong support of 2492. We've been talking about this for a while, haven't we? Seems like the mayor is in support. City council's been in support. So let's get it done. Let's put the money in the budget in this cycle to move it forward. If everybody wants to put it on the ballot in November as far as the commission, that would be excellent. But everybody seems to be in agreement that ocean safety should be their own department. Leading cause of death on Oahu is drowning. More people drown than die of fentanyl, drug overdoses. 60% of our youth can't swim. These are some of the things an expanded ocean safety department can take under their belt in the future, teaching people how to swim, giving them the signs of what the danger points are in the ocean. This is a no-brainer. We need to move on this. We're already in the budget cycle. 1.4 million. Let's budget it. And then as far as the question of whether a commission is put to the voters, we're already going to have the department up and ready to go and not delay it for another year. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers in the audience?
Oh, we have one more.
Hello, please proceed.
Aloha. Aloha, council members. My name is Gabe Nelson. I'm here representing HOST, or Hawaii Ocean Safety Team. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to chat with you today. And I'd like to present HOST's position as being absolutely for a new department of ocean safety, as well as a commission of ocean safety, heavy on the commission part. I'd like to commend you for prioritizing ocean safety. The fact that we're having this conversation is a huge step forward in the right direction. So many mahalos for that. So for over 25 years, HOST has been a meeting place for industry, for the ocean-going public, and for government to meet together and handle safety issues on the lowest level. So just for context, that looks like helping the canoe clubs get along with commercial traffic, helping mitigate or mediate conflict when a wing foiler in Maui nearly gets run over by a tugboat. We've helped with standing up swim lanes in Ala Moana. We helped the Coast Guard out with getting in touch with people during tsunami events. So here's what I have to say on behalf of HOST. So within HOST, government, industry, and the ocean-going public are represented. We find that collaboration, teamwork, transparency, and communication are absolutely key when it comes to tackling ocean safety issues. And we feel that this philosophy of teamwork is best represented in the standing up of an Ocean Safety Commission. Because if we can have a group of qualified and council vetted and mayor nominated people from a wide variety of experiences who are steering this organization, it's going to set it up for success. I think we need to look no further than the Maui fires to see how disastrous a single political appointee running an emergency response organization as a single point of failure can be. So with that, I'd like to close by commending the council for prioritizing ocean safety and by considering standing up a new department. And I would urge you, and the community that HOST represents would like to urge you to stand it up under the oversight of a commission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Oh, we have another testifier. If there are any other testifiers, if you could start a line from the right,
I think that's allowed.
that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Good morning, Robin. I thank you for letting me speak. My mom was a sitting county my mom was a sitting county personnel director for a bunch of years. Some of you might remember her, Cynthia Bond. She's passed on, but she did us right as the public. It needs people to be trusted servants, to have the public's, have the public get their first priority. I just wanted to read this. This was out of the Honolulu Weekly years ago, and it was regarding Jeremy Harris and Gary Rodriguez working together to make sure that sitting county employees could continue to use drugs as much as they want without any consequences. I'll leave it at that. It reads, Harris, in his zeal to keep Rodriguez happy, demoted former personnel director Cynthia Bond. Rodriguez wanted her out because she had objected to the drug policy concocted by Harris and Rodriguez. That took a lot of guts for her to do that and ended up costing her a job. She got demoted. And we want people to be doing that very thing, to take a stand and have some guts and do the right thing. I hope that's what you guys do. With respect to having a commission, if we don't and we have one person, that's just one spot that needs to get leaned on by the mayor to get things accomplished, as opposed to a commission. My mom was on the commission for she was on the fire commission, and at one point the mayor wanted somebody to do some stuff for the fire department, and she didn't like that, and she had to step down, and she joined the ethics commission. But I got to be in the mix of all of that as a youngster, listening to all of this, and I really remember my mom worried for the state of our state if we kept getting more and more people in positions of leadership that operate that way, that take their own interests to heart before the public's. So I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing to try to push this forward. I just really stress that we do it right and we don't let it just pop up. I know it's important to start it and get it going, but if we do it at the expense of leadership, which will come with the commission, I think we might as well not even do it. You know what I mean? Having a commission gives us accountability, it gives us transparency, and it allows us to hold the department, accountable if they start do weird stuff. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion.
Chair.
Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, thank you to the introducer, and thank you to all the testifiers. Taking into consideration more of your thoughts in regards to just the commission is always important. That's why we're having public discourse, is to make sure that we're seeing around all the edges. Specifically, I built in the commission into Resolution 2450 that we'll talk about next, but I'm not opposed to us passing this out through first reading. I am committed to working with the administration on ironing out the differences, but everything just kind of happened last week, meaning like I just saw their draft for the first time. I just got feedback from Corp Counsel last night. I just got OCS written communication about what needs to be worked out. So I'm confident that we can work this out and make sure that the commission portion of this comes out, and that I work with the mayor's team on this. So again, of course, I'm in support of the commission, not opposed to this passing first reading, but I believe with the other reso being only one vote left, I think we're gonna get there. I know we're gonna get there. The mayor's team has confirmed to me that we're gonna get there. So I'd rather us not drag all of our ocean safety supporters through 3 more readings, but I do wanna make sure that this gets done right, which is gonna take quite a bit of dialogue with me and the administration in order to get us there for the next vote in May. So thank you very much to Councilmember Wire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And welcome, Managing Director. If you wanted to provide any comment on the discussion, I'll leave that up to you, but I see you coming up. So,
good afternoon. Mike Formby, Managing Director. Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Our position is that it really is the province of Council as to how you want to proceed. Given that we don't yet know what will be the outcome of the discussions with Councilmember Tupola on 2450, we're not opposed to moving the current resolution forward. The administration does support a commission. The mayor does not have the power under his reorganization powers to form this kind of commission. So we definitely support a commission over ocean safety. And so we're glad to support this one as well.
okay. Appreciate that insight. And just want to say mahalo to, of course, all of our colleagues for their support for ocean safety, but particularly, Councilmember Tupola, Chair Waters, and then, of course, Mayor, and working collaboratively on how to achieve a department. And whether it's by this mechanism or, other amendments that work towards creating a commission, we do have a few months to work on charter questions. And so the feedback we got today on the number of folks that should be on the commission, I know there's going to be other feedback, of course, along the way. But I do think that it's important that we move forward in standing up the department and working towards establishing a commission, because ultimately that's what so many in our community, both here on the council, but also our community members and our ocean safety lifeguards have been working on for many years. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, this is a chart amendment, so roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam is absent. Councilmember Kiaina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. Resolution 24-92 has passed first reading. Turning to the top of page 16. Members, we have 2 resolutions relating to the Department of Ocean Safety for discussion. We'll be taking testimony on both resolutions together. When your name is called, please begin by stating your name and the resolution you will be speaking on. First, we have registered testifiers, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir, we have both in person and online.
Okay, let's start with in person. Natalie Wausau.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. So first of all, again, I'm not convinced that this is the best way to go, and I'm concerned about the fiscal impacts we keep adding to our government. However, I understand that there are quite a number of people who support this. So the mayor stated at his State of the City address back in March 14th that he supported a separate department. And I guess I'm a bit disappointed to see that only now is he introducing his resolution. I think it's a bit irresponsible of him to wait so long. You folks have had a full council meeting, a committee meeting, and now here we are in this, what I think is kind of an awkward position, having these two resolutions, which are, one is almost through the process and one is just starting. So I just find it a bit awkward. And I also wanted to state that there was the poll that was in the newspaper. Other people are concerned about the cost as well. So thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Next, moving to registered remote testifiers. I have Brian Phillips, followed by Edward Fujioka. Mr. Clerk, is Brian Phillips available?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Phillips is not logged on.
Okay. Next is Edward Fujioka.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. My name is Edward Fujioka. I'm testifying on Resolution 24103 regarding the charter amendment by the mayor, in particular Section 6-603 powers and functions. I had a meeting with Councilwoman Cordero's staff, and I had mentioned to her that I would like to see a mental health and wellness check provided for our first responders. So I'd like to see language in there that the director shall develop a program to provide mental health and wellness for first responders employed by the City and County of Honolulu. A wellness check be conducted during the responders' annual physical exam at HASD. Also, I forgot to mention, I'm a retired first responder with over 40 years experience with the city. And I never thought that I would have any mental health issues or PTSD from doing this job. But I realized something was wrong when my father told me, Eddie, you've changed. And he left it at that. And I did a lot of self-reflection on what I experienced as a first responder, and it explained a lot. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Fujioka? Seeing none, since we have you, Mr. Fujioka, would you like to also testify on Resolution 24-50? I note that you registered to testify there as well.
Okay, I just got unmuted, Chair. In the present form, I have to oppose this resolution. As I mentioned, I'm a retired first responder. I spent the last 5 years in the communication section working alongside Ocean Safety, Fire, and HPD. I'm also sit on the State of Hawaii E911 board. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee, but I'm here to testify on my own. So what I didn't see in the resolution is no strategic plan moving forward. If we have a Department of Ocean Safety, what is the strategic plan for the new department? What is planned in the first year, 3 years, 5 years, and long term? There's no financial budget. And my main concern is the communication section. Ocean Safety is the only department within the city that if you dial 911, it's not manned 24 hours, 7 days a week. When the lifeguards go off duty, the calls are routed to a second agency, either fire or EMS. And I like to also see that the CAD data that ocean safety collects be utilized much better. If you look at the statistics, ocean safety only takes 1 or 2 911 calls to the 911 system. And this is because when there's someone in trouble in the ocean, they usually flag down a lifeguard, or they call HFD, and HFD will spawn the call over to ocean safety, and they will send their assets. And one of the issues is, and I'm not sure if it was resolved, the lifeguards have no email account. They have no internet connectivity. There's weak Wi-Fi at the lifeguard towers. And I don't even know if they have what they call a mobile data terminal, where they can see all the calls coming in from fire and EMS, which has mapping, location, who's responding, and the nature of the emergency. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Appreciate you, Mr. Fujioka. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Fujioka, members? Seeing none, I've been just notified that Brian Phillips is back by phone. Mr. Phillips, please proceed. On both measures, yeah?
Aloha, Chair Waters and members of the council, Brian Phillips. I'd like to testify and offer comments. I do feel that ocean safety is best as a standalone department, as we've all discussed. The best direction forward, in my opinion, is standing up a department by way of 2450 and allowing the public to have a say in whether or not they want to commission in this department. So ultimately, my concern with Resolution 103 is what happens with the directors if a commission is stood up with Resolution 94. What happens in this instance? So there's a lot of questions. There is no plan that we've seen. We've only seen sort of a let's stand this thing right up with no real plan forward and no real process in place. So it's a heavy concern of mine to see how that will play out until there's more information that we can have better discussion. I do feel, again, that a Department of Ocean Safety is a must. It's nationwide best practice to have commissions, just like our brothers and sisters at Fire and EMS. Sorry, Fire and Police. So thank you for your time and this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Phillips? Seeing none, thank you again. Next is Raquel Achiu.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Aloha.
Thank you so much. Aloha Council, Raquel Achu, North Shore. I did submit written testimony of which I completely stand by. I just want to throw a couple of comments in addition. In generally, in full support of ocean safety having their own department. It has been a long time coming. We've been talking about this for years. And I say that in reference to former council member Heidi Tsuneyoshi introduced resolution 21-122 asking for this exact thing of a separate department. That resolution passed and was adopted in June 2021. So we do have the existence of this. And you know, I'm completely appreciative to Councilmember Tupola for reintroducing these measures as we have now sparked a further conversation. I just worry that the comments to no plan, where there have been multiple plans discussed since 2021, and the lack of understanding from many people with regard to how this would be put into place if commission and the department were to go to ballot. I was very supportive of that. I still remain supportive, although that was the only option on the table at that time. There is a risk for this going to ballot together. If it loses, we lose every opportunity, and we've come so far. I would hate to see the department fall through the cracks because of that. I'm not opposed to a commission, but I would like to secure the department, and that has always been the goal. And I trust that you will all ensure the proper oversight in that measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mrs. Chu? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Carrie Atwood, followed by Joy Cadiz, and then Sarah Fairchild.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Atwood is not logged on.
Okay, is Joy Cadiz available?
Hello, council members. Joey Cadiz here. I am a lifeguard on the North Shore. I am testifying on behalf of myself, but I will also note that I did serve on the Ocean Safety Task Force in the deliberations of this whole process going forward. And along with that, I have had many conversations with many colleagues in informing them of this process at the same time. I stand by Resolution 103 with the mayor standing up the department under his executive powers to ensure that we can get this accomplished now. I am fearful, along with many of my colleagues, that if we wait for this to go to ballot, one, the community is not necessarily fully informed on the subject. It is a very complex subject. At the same time, lifeguard services will remain the same on the beach, whether we are with EMS or on our standalone department. So the effects on the public in that sense, they are unaffected. So we do worry about the risk of losing at that ballot in that time period. Also with the change of potential re-elections, we would hate for this to get slipped up and not move forward at all. So with that, I strongly support Resolution 103, along with many of my colleagues. I do not speak for them, but I know that there is support out there. And thank you very much to the council, along with the mayor and his administration, for putting such precedence on this whole matter. We really appreciate the support in moving this forward. Mahalo.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Councilmember Kia.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I'm sorry that I missed your our discussion, but I appreciate your testimony. With regard to the commission, can I ask, are you, because that's, of course, the department and commission is in Councilmember Tupola's resolution. This resolution, of course, is standing up the department administratively, and we are also going to be considering at committee the standing up of the commission via a question on the ballot this November. Can I ask what your thoughts are with regard to the commission?
Sure. Thank you, council member. As of right now, I do believe our department or our division that will soon become a department is fairly small in regards to the personnel that we have as far as our workforce. We are will be a growing department. And I think in the future, potentially, that might be a better avenue for us to go with the commission. But as of right now, I do believe that there can be transparency through a mayor-appointed director that has community-based knowledge and can articulate to the workforce equally with transparency.
Thank you again for being here today. I look forward to you participating in the committee deliberation of the various resolutions.
Thank you. Members, any further questions for Mr. Cadiz? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next, we have Sarah Fairchild.
Hello, I'm Sarah Fairchild. I'm testifying in support of a separate Department of Ocean Safety with commission oversight rather than a department head who is directly politically appointed. I have a few comments about resolutions 92 and 103 and in general regarding 50. So regarding resolutions 92 and 103, I understand this to be the timeline from what I've deduced between the resolutions and the news reports. So Resolution 92 would put the question of the commission to ballot this November 2024, and if the public chooses, would go into effect in January 2025. Resolution 103 would stand up a separate ocean safety department starting in July of 2025. It would probably take all of spring 25 to get a commission selected and approved by the council. So we're looking at summer 25 before a commission would begin to operate and start the process of hiring a department head. As we all know with our city's HR, the advertising and hiring process for that position alone would probably take multiple months at a minimum. So that person has to get onboarded, and somewhere in this process, the other new positions for a new department need to be created and hired, and all the physical and administrative details have to be set up. So who's running that process? Wouldn't we want the new department head to control the process with the support of the commission? We have a great opportunity here to be a national leader, and we need to get it right from the start. We need a commission set up first who can oversee the new department head from day one, and the new department head should be able to build that new department with a well thought out strategy. I'd like to call out that I'm someone who's trying to spend time understanding this process, and I don't think the general public can follow what is going on easily. So regardless of what the city decides to do, we need a transparent plan and timeline. And finally, if the issue of commission does go to ballot in any form on either resolution, I think voters should be made aware explicitly if the commission is paid or unpaid. My understanding is it would be unpaid, but it doesn't say so right now. And I think some voters would have a negative view of a commission if the commission itself came with extra salaries. So thank you. I was also on the Ocean Safety Task Force, and I'll stay on the call if there are questions now or later in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Fairchild. Thank you for joining us today. Just to clarify, in Resolution 2450, I did model it after HPD and HFD where the commission is not paid. So it would be set up as a voluntary body, similar to the way we did it where the mayor, suggests, and then we also have a confirmation vote on the council. So real quick, I just wanted to double back on your comments. So you're saying that you feel like a more transparent way to have it would be for the commission to choose a chief, or would it be to have a director? What is your thought there?
The title isn't so much important to me as that person would be accountable directly to a commission. And the commission would be supervising and supporting that person. And that the council would be appointed politically, obviously, but it would be more people. I think you can never take politics out completely, but it shouldn't be one person beholden to another person, especially in matters of public safety. I'd like to see this in other departments as well.
So sorry, I get what you're saying now. So take away the title, just whoever's leading the department, right? You're saying have the commission choose that because you believe that that would provide a support system whereby a groundwork with the chief would be able, or with the director would be able to be laid. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think if it's if the person at the head of the department is appointed by the mayor, then one, if they upset the mayor by anything they do, they can be fired. And that doesn't work well with public safety. Public safety shouldn't be what's popular at the moment. Also, a new mayor may come in and want one of their friends to be in that office and take them out. Public safety, while there should definitely be a regular review, maybe I'm not an expert on that number, but probably at least 5 years or so, there should be a thorough review of that person and decide whether to turn over. It shouldn't be at the same time as our elections or any political event. Public safety should continue to operate smoothly regardless of what's going on in politics.
Okay, that's good clarity for me. Thank you, Ms. Fairchild. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I just have one. So a previous testifier in relation to the Salary Commission said that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could do that job. Do you agree with that person as far as ocean safety commissioners, that anybody could do that job?
I think for ocean safety, it'd be great to have a mix of people that have been in a managerial experience in ocean safety, and then other people that maybe have worked in public administration in some facet that have experience with budgets and interacting with the government, or something related to public administration, possibly public policy or something similar.
Okay, thank you. Members, any follow-up questions? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Clerk, as far as I can tell, that's the last of the registered testifiers. Do we have any other registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have one more person indicating with their hand raised online and two in the chamber.
Okay. As mentioned before, if we'd start with in person, if you have any testifiers here, please line up to the right and we'll go through that as expeditiously as possible, then do the remote testifiers. And again, we're taking testimony on Resolution 24-103 and Resolution 24-50. Okay, so you would be first, Cecilia? Yep. Please proceed, and anybody else who'd like to testify, please
All right.
make a line to the right.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of respect for what Mr. Fujioka was pointing out. I understand someone in his position might want all of these details strategically planned out. But I do urge the council to please pass 2450, and all of that can be worked out with the seed money that the 1 million or 1.4 is budgeted for. So the reason why there are no emails, no internet connection, et cetera, because there isn't that separate independent voice that water safety officers need. Another concern I have is, and for brevity, I'll just say it bluntly, HGEA, Randy Pereira's letter in support of 2403 is a concern to me, not because it's the union, but because he appropriately reminds the council of all of the steps that need to be taken for all of those positions. So passing a resolution where it's a mayoral appointee will not be a time saver. There's still the union who appropriately by law must be met with and consulted with. So I can't even begin to appreciate what the water safety people have gone through to get this far. And I can understand their desire for something immediately now and the concern about going to ballot. But my concern is if it doesn't go to ballot, we will be stuck with a department-appointed head. And having worked in corporation counsel, it's not pretty. The politics, and this was years ago, but the politics only start to come to fruition when you have the Kealoha mess and all of the other messes. That kind of, I'm just sorry, I cannot emphasize enough the need for impartiality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, I was just going to ask for some clarification, if I may. Or I just want to better understand that last comment, because the bulk of our directors are appointed and confirmed by council, but I just want to make sure you're not implying that the directors we have in office right now are anyway unqualified or should not be appointed.
No, absolutely not. In fact, when I read the paper and I saw that the current chief or the director, and then I took a look at 2450 and I thought, oh, the existing one would likely be the chief in the new separate department. I thought that was fabulous.
Okay, and then just wanted to clarify one other thing you said. So it sounded like you said, so what I'm hearing is that you're saying if there's no commission, there shouldn't be a department either.
I think it's dangerous. I think I think it's dangerous because having worked for the prosecutor's office, I really appreciated the separate independence that came with a separate elected Carlisle, all right? But if you have a prosecutor that's wedded to a political animal, or if you have a prosecutor, I'm sorry, it's just, it just gets really messy. And I think that if, and I'm not saying this about our current mayor at all. I have never worked with, our current mayor, but the tentacles are long.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I just asked to make sure I'm understanding, because it seems like everyone is saying the commission is good. Everyone is saying the department is good. So it sounds like the direction we're going. So I just,
yes.
I heard some things. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand.
I'm sorry, 103 threw me for a whirl, and I just saw it. So I was thinking, if we have a director that's mayorally appointed, how do we know that person won't be a different person that's lobbying right now for water safety officer independence and strength and support? How do we know that that person will not fall out of political favor? The political tides are constantly changing. And I saw enough change that I'm thinking, wow, some continuity is essential for these public safety first responders. Can't be messing with the police department, water safety, fire, or frankly, prosecutor's office.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, could I ask a follow-up?
Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Tupola.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I just wanted to ask one follow-up. I appreciate your thought, and I will say that in drafting 2450, that was my whole intent, was to try to separate in an instance where we're talking about a public safety department, was the ability to have the leader make independent decisions on a different timeline than political timelines, right? So I guess my question to you, especially, and I'm gonna have to, wade through this because obviously 24103 just came out last week, and I'm trying to work with the administration on where to go, but in your opinion, standing up the department now with the director, you're saying is dangerous because of just the direction it goes, or because of the oversight it would lack?
See, and it's hard for me to comment because I haven't worked with this administration. It could be completely well-intended, right? Because of the urgency. But I'm always concerned if we start with a director now that's mayorally appointed, will 2450 die? Will we not have 2492? Because there's no need. And who in the department, no matter how political it is, who in the department who's an appointee or the second in command, who would speak up? That is the problem with this city. Nobody speaks up because they have rent to pay.
Understood. I'll reserve my comments, but I'll be making more comments later. I hear what you're saying, and I'm taking all of this into consideration. It's a tough path forward, but we're going to get there. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Chang? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Ms. Chang? Nice to see you, by the way.
Wonderful to see
in a couple
you.
of years. So not all departments have commissions, right? So are you saying just because of your legal experience that it's the public safety aspect of ocean safety akin to the other commissions for public safety that is critically important to when we separate it from where it is now? Is that what you're saying, that's so important to have the commission because of the public safety aspects?
I think it's especially important. Yes, so more so, yes, it is important.
Because you couldn't be saying that for all departments, because not all departments have commissions.
No, and see, I'm just thinking in my mind of experiences that I've had, but I can't say that because I was serving as an attorney.
Yeah.
But there were instances where a department head is not, is completely answerable to the mayor, and they'll take you on the side and say, what do you think? And I'm thinking, oh,
I understand.
No.
I understand. So I think all of the measures here are, well-intended, and I do believe that there is groundswell support for both an independent department as well as an independent commission. So it's just a matter of timing, and that is what we all have to mull over as these measures move forward. But anyway, thank you for your participation.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I was just, when I said thrown for a whirl, I really meant I just saw it. So I don't know if there's another way of looking at it where one's a transition, but there's a deadline and it's commission in place now. You see what I mean?
No, I understand. I guess for me, however, I feel that there's more of a risk of standing up the department as opposed to the commission. And so if the department loses on the ballot, then it sets things backwards, whereas we can, on one hand, stand up the department administratively and follow up with a question on the ballot for the commission, which I believe will be supported. So that's just the thoughts going in my head,
Right,
but thank you.
I agree, the department should definitely be standing up. Or,
Yes.
in other words, a separate department.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I actually have a few questions, Ms. Chang. So I'm just trying to understand your testimony. One of the things you're advocating for is separate commissions, and I think Councilmember Kiaina pretty much cleared it up, but your testimony clouded it again. So you're an advocate for a separate commission for ocean safety, obviously, but based on your comments, are you an advocate for commissions for each department? So should DPP have a commission, design and construction have a commission?
No, I don't think you need one for Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec actually has one?
Oh, sorry.
But-
Retract that.
Well, no, you're retired now, you can be honest. By the way, even if you're working with the city, you could be honest with us, please. That we need to make informed decisions, but the question is, I mean, you're an advocate for a separate department. I think what Councilmember Kiaina is saying is, what if it loses at the ballot? And then we come back next year, are you gonna say now we want a separate department created by the mayor? Or say, we'll wait a few years and put it back on the ballot later? What happens then? If it loses
No, I don't want it to lose steam.
Correct,
That's
so
right.
where are you at on this?
I don't know, I know we need a separate department. They definitely need more funding and more say. I just don't think that they should be beholden to changing administrations.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I didn't have a solution. I just had comments.
Understood. I appreciate you taking the time to testify today. Thank you. Anybody else from the public who'd like to testify in person? Sir, I see you waiting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, again. Yeah, I was going to say something totally different, but I want to expand on what was just said. I think there's a really good example in my mind of what, not abuse, but what it looks like to me, how this could be problematic would be, a while back, Alan Hong was running Hanauma Bay, and the President of the United States got the opportunity to come here and take the day off and go to Hanauma Bay. And so the White House staff director handed Alan Hong a list of people that were vetted to be with the President, myself included. I got to take him diving a few times. Who wasn't on that list was the mayor. And so when the mayor showed up to come down and see the President, he was turned away. And the only reason that took place was because Alan Hong is the type of man that we want as a public servant. And I can't say the only reason. It was also, more importantly, it was because he had a boss who he could depend on that also operated that way. And so when he had to make that decision of like, holy cow, I'm going to turn the mayor, this is the mayor's baby, and I'm going to turn him away. He's not going to let him come here. Like, I would have freaked if I was in that position. And Alan didn't. Alan knew that his boss, the director, was going to support him. I don't know if that's the way it's going to work down the road if we have just one person running this department and no commission. I don't know, but I can tell you what, I don't know who's going to be mayor next, and heaven forbid we get a mayor that's not a piece of work, and we get somebody that's got their own interest, and they put a yes man or a yes woman in that position, and they start intermingling things like tourism or homelessness or something into water safety, which should just be water safety and nothing more. It shouldn't involve all this other stuff because people's lives are at risk, and I've personally been in that position where I needed somebody to save me, and they did, because we had a water safety department. So I'm really appreciative of the fact that we're trying to move this forward and get it stood up, but I don't think it should come at the expense of not having a commission. Because if we do that, and then we had the City County's Employee of the Year, Mr. Phillips and Joey, these are lifeguards at Atwood. All these people are really, they're experienced with the ocean, but they're, I think, nervous that we might not get the ballot vote that we want and we don't get the department. We need to pick which is the lesser evil, I guess. I don't know how that go about doing that, quantifying which is, but we've done so, you guys have done so much to get us here, you know, and this isn't the first time we've tried to do this, or you guys have tried to do this, you know, we're just doing it all over again, you know, and that's all I got. Thanks.
Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. By the way, both resolutions are for discussion only, which is a great discussion today. This is going to go to committee, so just keep that in mind. I'm going to keep people to their 1 minute now, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Gary.
No problem. A lot of good points brought up. I'm just going to reiterate one thing. Let's get it going. Let's budget it. You're in budget right now. Let's get a standalone department, get the money for that, put it on the ballot. When the commission comes up, if they need a couple $100,000 to get the commission going, then you budget that next year. Thanks for all your time.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience who'd like to testify? Seeing none, thank you. Turning to remote testifiers, I see June James. 1 minute, please, Ms. James. Please proceed.
I certainly resonate with a lot of the testifiers. Again, I'm usually not in favor of creating bigger government, but because we're an island and ocean safety is very critical in so many levels. And I just want to say that these ocean safety people are actually the least expensive people on this island. Most of the assets are based on the human capital. It's the grit, it's the talent, it's the ability to swim, and all the physical prowess that they have. They do not ask for fire stations. They do not ask for HPDs, capital improvements. So I believe that the budget for this is very, very little compared to the other departments, which are just as important. So we really need to plan ahead. And I think that as the neighbor, as the tourism becomes more and
Thank you. Can I ask you to please wrap up your testimony?
Right. Ocean safety is very, very important. And I certainly understand some of the testifiers' authentic needs that commissions or whatever decision is made has to be independent.
Appreciate your testimony, ma'am. May I please ask you to wrap up, please?
Yes. So independence and non-cronyism, that's the big thing, that it just does not become an extension of any mayor or any city council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thank you to all the council members. I know we've been going at this, but it's for a good cause. It's for a good reason, and it's going to have a good outcome. I will say thank you, especially to the mayor's team. We've had quite a bit of dialogue. I just want to be clear that I saw this for the first time last Thursday. And so the first step that I took was to contact OCS and Corp Counsel and see how we couldn't try to find resolve legally and what would need to be done. And so my communication from Corp Counsel came written, because as you know, we have a lot of phone conversations, but I wanted it written so that I could make sure that as we proceed forward, that no one's story changes or other things aren't taken into consideration. So thank you to Corp Counsel Dana Viola and her team who spoke with me last night, and it was late. So I can say that at this point, I don't have the conclusion. At this point, I'm glad that we're just discussing this, and that come May when we take so mine won't go back to committee because it's on final vote, but the mayor's one will, or it won't. I mean, it's up to you really, because it's a resolution. We could wait the 60, we couldn't. There's a lot of legal ways we could take this, but I needed to figure that out in its entirety, of which a lot of that just concluded yesterday, of me wrapping my head around what their version looked like, my version, what's the legal path forward. So I will say that I'm very optimistic that I can work with the mayor's team and try to find a way forward, but that we're going to need more time. So I hope that the council members will just patiently, as we try to forge the path forward and make it as easy as possible. One, we don't want to keep dragging this out because, as stated previously, it's not just this bill, it's been for years. So we're not trying to do that. We're not trying to take more hearings and just beat a dead horse. But two, we're trying to do things that legally are going to hold itself up on the ballot, hold itself up in the ROH and in the charter as well. So I didn't really have any comments, but I know Managing Director is here if he wanted to say anything.
Are you asking the managing director?
Yeah, if he could.
Sure.
I don't want to speak for him, but just wanted you to go ahead and share your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Mike Formby, Managing Director. Just briefly, I appreciate you offering Resolution 24-50, and I do look forward to having discussions with you. And I appreciate Councilmember Wire offering the resolution for a standalone commission. And you know that we did file Resolution 24-103, which is very similar to the resolution that Heidi Sunioshi filed, asking the mayor to stand this up through his reorganization powers. And I agree with all of you that one way or the other will get this done. But I do disagree with the testimony that it would take more time to do this through the mayor's reorganization power just because HGEA testified in support. Consultation, I do not anticipate to be a problem in standing up this department. A commission, however, means we have to wait till after November. If 2450, department plus a commission, means we have to wait till after November. Then we have to form the commission. I believe that commission has to adopt rules. We would have to nominate commissioners. They would have to come to the council for approval, and then they would have to conduct a search. So my belief is that if we go through the full process, we're looking at fiscal year 26 before we would stand this department up. And the mayor and I firmly believe that you mean what you say and you say what you mean. And if the task force came back and recommended that we stand this department up, we do it with intentionality, which means we do it as quickly as possible. This public safety departments, both of them have operated as a department director-led HESD for a long time, under 8 years under Caldwell. So forming a commission for ocean safety is not going to be a problem. And if we want to form one for EMS, we can talk about that. But I would like to move as quickly as possible with forming a Department of Ocean Safety. So that's my position. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions? Any follow-up questions for Managing Director? I just had a quick one. I know you can't speak for the mayor, but if we were to pass out both Resolution 24-103, which is the mayor standing up a separate ocean safety department, and we also passed out Resolution 24-50, which would put on the ballot both the commission and the department standalone, and the charter amendment failed. In other words, the public said, we don't approve commission and a separate department. That put the mayor in somewhat of a bind because obviously the community doesn't want it. Would the mayor then withdraw his request to have this as standalone? And again, that's the kind of questions that we have to ask ourselves in supporting any of these things. That's why I put it on for discussion only. But do you have any inclination of what the mayor would do or how you would advise him if that were to happen?
So Chair Waters, I believe that was part of the discussion that we were having with Corporation Counsel and Councilmember Topola was having with OCS. And I believe at the end of the day, if you pass out the resolution 24-103, the mayoral reorganization, and we move on that, that would basically not make it appropriate to go to the voters to stand up a department that's already been stood up by the mayor. So I think there is risk of passing both out, and that's why we hope to have discussions with Councilmember Topola about coming to a solution that allows this council to take one firm position and we move forward. I don't think we want to pass out inconsistent resolutions because I think the mayor would move on 103 and that would make the full charter amendment for both the department and the commission unnecessary.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Members, any follow-up questions for
Just one more,
Managing
Chair.
Director? Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, thank you. And I would say that is that obviously the conclusion I've come to is that there's going to have to be some amends, right? So I hear what you're saying. I've heard what everyone else is saying. And so respectfully, if we can have the time to speak, we haven't had a lot of time to speak ever since it came out and since we've had written legal information. So I can confirm that after reading through all of that, there is going to have to be a path forward that makes more legal sense. But thank you for the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions for Managing Directors, members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. And may I ask a testifier a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I don't know if Mr. Cadiz is still on, but I was wondering with the different discussions that were occurring, and especially talking about the voice that's needed for ocean safety, I wanted to hear his thoughts further because I know he was limited to that one minute and just wanted to hear more. Oh, he's still there. Okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you, Councilmember Cordero. I did just want to comment and reiterate that the reason why we are here at this place is to have the autonomy for ocean safety. And then, as mentioned, ocean safety has been under HEST for the past 8 years. And previous to that, we have been under Parks and Recs. And the reason why we want to have this voice at the table to create our to create an ocean safety department is critical for us to have somebody in a position potentially and hopefully mayor directed or mayor appointed so that we have a seat at the table to basically be right there with everybody else at HPD, HFD for that exact autonomy. So just wanted to reiterate why we have come to this point in the road of where we're at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadiz. And I was also wondering about the discussions between the different resolutions. Well, right now we have Resolution 103 and 24-103 and 24-50 up for discussion and hopefully talking about 103 if it goes to committee. Is there any inclination about, actually, let me go back and ask if there's, what's the process now for those voices to be heard directly to the mayor?
From my understanding currently, our chain of command, we go through our lieutenants, captains to our chief, and then from our chief, things need to be discussed between him and the deputy director and our director of EMS. So that's where we look to having that seat at the table where this process doesn't have so many layers that we're constantly going through, and our needs on the front lines and in the water aren't actually met in a timely manner or even at all. So no offense to anybody from HESD and the way that things have gone, but just the layers and the different priorities that HEST has in comparison to ocean safety, it has been a little lagging.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadiz, and thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiaina.
Sure, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how difficult it is for questions that are on the ballot to succeed. I don't think anyone in this room or most of the people on Oahu disagree that affordable housing is critically important. Yet when we had a question on the ballot last election cycle asking if we can increase the percentage to the affordable housing fund, it was defeated. And so I just, I think that needs to be contemplated as we strategize when we go to committee and figure out which is the moving vehicle. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last minute discussion, members? We are on page 16 of 38. It is now 2:30. Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, I do hear that, you know, the ballot question, the validity of it, will it survive, all things we got to take into consideration. I will say the heaviest part about having the affordable housing question on the ballot was that we said that it would be part of taking more tax out, which you said it many times. You're like, this is not an additional tax. This tax already exists, and that was tough for people to understand. But remember, DLM was created through a ballot initiative. Office of Climate Change and Sustainability was created through a ballot initiative. So there is a lot of things that, I mean, Office of Council Services was put on as the charter in a ballot initiative. I think moving forward, I think we just have to focus on the legal parts that are going to make this succeed, and that whatever happens on the ballot, we can, you know, that is what's supposed to happen. The ballot is the ultimate community input, and we're all about community input here. So we have to, in some ways, trust that the community input in the long run is actually what we want. So I think handling that when it comes is when we handle it. But I do appreciate all the conversations, and of course, everyone's sentiment on trying to make this happen so that we can be more successful in what we do for ocean safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last comments, and anybody who has not spoken yet? Saying none. Thank you, members. Very good, lively
I did have
discussion.
some comments, but I had spoken already, so I was going to defer until.
Well, we're done,
Okay.
unless you have last comments, so
Yeah.
you'll be the last one. Go ahead.
No, I apologize for that, Chair. And I just wanted to again thank my colleagues and Mayor, because I think at the end of the day, again, we all have the same goal. And even those testifying today, I think, have the same goal. And I don't think any of this process has been quick by any means, as we've talked about. Like, it's been discussed for many, many years. And so just going forward, I look forward to continued positive discussion on any of the amendments that are going to go forward. And I think that positive, unified discussion has room for disagreements on technicalities. But at the end of the day, I think the ultimate purpose of the entire conversation is to serve our community and to support our ocean safety men and women. So I really look forward to it and appreciate it.
Well said. Thank you. Turning to the top of, well, that's, again, this was for the members of the public. This was only on the agenda for discussion purposes. That's why we're not taking a vote today. Moving to the top of page 17 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 90 be adopted and Bill 4 pass second reading.
Second.
This bill amends ordinance number 01-28, amending the authorization for the City and County of Honolulu to issue general obligation commercial paper in order to clarify and facilitate the use of such debt.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded and explained by Councilmember Cordero. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We are in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam's absent. Councilmember Tiaina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Aye. Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 90 has been adopted and Bill 4 has passed second reading. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 82 be adopted and Bill 11, City 1, as amended, pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This relates to the legislative budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 1 registered testifier in person.
Natalie Iwasa, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. Just some comments. First of all, I was really glad to see that the city auditor's budget had not been changed and remains intact. I think they're doing a really great job, and they're being recognized for an award that they got. Second, with respect to the council increases, the salaries, you know, I think there's a heightened sensitivity out there because of the pandemic. People's budgets have been decimated in many cases, and so I think that's why we're seeing a lot of this pushback on that. And even though 3% might be a reasonable amount, last year's, in my opinion, was not reasonable. So I appreciate those members who have said that they're going to give back, or I'm sorry, reject their increase. Giving back is not quite the same thing. So those are my comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you. Any further testimony, Mr. Clerk?
We have one person remotely standing by.
June James, please proceed.
Aloha, I'll be brief. I sound like a broken record, but I don't know why there cannot be a culture and a mindset to also look at how we can trim the pork and cut the fat. It's always, tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. And earlier this morning, we were talking about property tax rates and this and that. And the idea that, if we cut some taxes for our hard-pressed residents, we're going to have to take it from somewhere and this and that. But every time there is a projected revenue that includes tax, property tax increases, every dollar is spent. So it's a mindset, and I hope that one of these days we will have a paradigm shift, so that the idea would be that how can we control our budget and how can we trim the fat and how can we cut the pork so that we can make life easier for our residents. I know of counties on the mainland that have actually last budget cycle returned the CARES Act money that was given to them. And so that was how tight and how strict they were with spending revenues that they're giving them. And again, the big elephant in the room is the Honolulu Rail. It is so out of control. The spending is so out of control. Every time there's an article on it, you will see so much negative public sentiments, whether it's on Civil Bid, on Star Advertiser, or on Facebook or Instagram. There is so much of that, and that really is the big elephant. And also, last thought, the Porter report in 2012 had said that the city cannot support the Honolulu Rail and continue to provide core services. So we're heading towards a fiscal cliff crash here because we cannot do both, and yet there is no inclination to try to cut down or suppress the growing cost of the Honolulu Rail beside other items. So thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers?
That concludes the testifiers.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam is absent. Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 82 has been adopted and Bill 11, CD 1 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 18, members, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 83 be adopted and Bill 12 CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This relates to the executive operating budget and program for the fiscal year July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers?
Yes, sir. We have 2 persons registered in the chamber and 1 logged on online.
Okay. I believe we have Chris Lee, followed by Eliza Talbot. I saw Mr. Lee here earlier. Aloha, welcome.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Chris Lee. I'm here as a personal individual today in support of Honolulu's film office, which we are very fortunate to have a seasoned and trusted one with extensive industry connections and experience, whether it's dealing with the networks and studios, independent filmmakers, or assisting our students with their permits. The Honolulu Film Office is always there to help, and they do so always with aloha. Honolulu is also the center of production for the state, and in one of the most recent years, $354 million was spent by the industry here in the city and county of Honolulu. So I'm just here to say that they've done a great job, and I expect them to continue doing a good job. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lee? Thank you, Mr. Lee. I do see Natalie Iwasa. Hello and welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. Just some very brief comments. I do support the $25,000 incentive for HPD. They are so understaffed, and I read the minutes of the neighborhood board. They're requesting HPD to do this and do that, and they're stretched thin. But I would like the council to follow up on an issue. Hawaii Kai has been the area of several significant power outages the last month. And the major intersections like Kealoha and Kalanianaole Highway, Kalanianaole Highway and Lunalila Home Road have not had any traffic officers. And so Sunday, when we had the power outage, there was a crash at Lunalila Home Road. And I can't help but wonder if an officer had been there, would that crash not have happened? There were 15 police vehicles there. So it seems to me anyway that they could have had at least a couple officers at the major intersections. So I ask you to check into that. I also ask that the departments look at ways that they can save money, because this is Manini, but everything really helps. So I just paid my vehicle registration with a check, because I'm not going to pay the 2.5% fee to do it online, and I'm not going to go somewhere to some kiosk. And checks cost more money to process. So why is it in this day and age we can't pay our vehicle registration online with a bank debit? I mean, this has been available as a technology for well over a decade, and we can't do it at the city. So that's just one example of a way that I think the city could be more efficient. Thank you, Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. We do have DIT in the house. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Yes, sir. We have Eliza Tabo standing by online.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, council members. Eliza Talbot. I'm testifying in my personal capacity as Vice Chair of the Economic Revitalization Commission for the City and County of Honolulu. In my professional capacity, I do work with WISE businesses every day, and so I feel like I can offer a unique perspective on OER. I wish to convey my support for the OER team and the work that they do. They are so important to our underserved residents and businesses throughout Oahu. Since the inception of the office in 2020, they have been singularly focused on Oahu's economic resilience. And they evolved out of necessity during the pandemic, but they were not a new agency. They actually were a new evolution of the Economic Development Agency. And so, as much as they've been funded by COVID funds, that really speaks to their ability to pivot and serve a lot of different needs for the city. And so, they have distributed millions of dollars in critical programs, including rental aid, business recovery grants, agriculture grants, good jobs programs. And because Honolulu is the primary economic driver for the entire state of Hawaii, it makes sense to have a robust OER department. However, they have one of the smallest offices of all the counties throughout the state. So I really urge you to consider reinstating their funding for OER because of the really important work that they do. I just want to reiterate that there is no other agency in the city that is dedicated to meeting with and supporting local businesses, establishing accelerator programs in underserved communities, and building programs that will actually diversify our economy. So with that said, I really hope that you will continue to fund OER and allow them to do the good work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have Irish Barber, followed by Amira Solomon and Chris McDonald. Is Irish Barber available?
Yes,
Aloha.
I'm
Thank
here.
you.
Aloha. Thank you, Chair Waters and city committee members. My name's Irish Barber. I'm the business representative for IATSC Local 665. I am here to speak in opposition to removing the Honolulu Film Office from the budget. I'd love to have them reinstated and their offices fully funded. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I've been in the film industry for almost 40 years. The Honolulu Film Office has been in existence for 30 of those years, and I've seen the difference that they've made. You don't hear complaints from your constituents because they are very effective at getting in there, anticipating problems, and they've been doing that flawlessly for 30 years. So I would really appreciate it if we could have them reinstated. As my colleague stated, $350 million comes to the island of Oahu every year. And that is largely due to the competence of this office. I can't imagine not having this office in our film industry. Much of the credit to our success goes to that office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cordero.
Hi, Ms. Barber. Thank you very much. I agree with you and support what you stated. And then I mentioned in the committee that I also would like to see them as a separate entity outside of the economic revitalization or economic agency of underneath the mayor's office or MDO's office. And so I was wondering, you see the film office working with so many different agencies, state, city, even federal, and other agencies as well. Do you believe that even with their small office and amount of staff that they have, that they are bigger than what the economic revitalization where they are housed under? That they should be their own agency as well?
I'm not qualified in where it should exist in city structure, but I can definitely attest to the fact that they punch out of their weight class. They have, Valea Constantino for many years was by herself doing the work of 4 people. And as our industry has expanded, she luckily, fortunately, has 2 very competent people from our industry. So wherever you allocate them, so long as they continue to support our industry and punch out of their weight class, I can't tell you. They're there 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning when we park our trucks downtown Honolulu to do a stunt so that our steps go safely on the curb. They're there at 8 p.m. in Kailua when we're doing a fake burn of a house. They're there at Lanai Lookout. They're there. You guys have no idea how dedicated and committed they are to you and our community, our film community as well. So wherever you put them, so long as they're still serving you and us in their wonderful way, that's where I would support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Amira Solomon.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, how about Chris McDonald? Hi, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Waters and committee members for this opportunity to testify. I'm Chris McDonough. I'm with the Teamsters 996, and I'm here to oppose any cuts to the Honolulu Film Office. I request that funding be reinstated in Bill 12, Resolution 83. The Honolulu Film Office is an absolute vital office. It doesn't just process permits, it's part of the filmmaking process. It's essential to film operations. Valea and her team are indispensable. Valea is knowledgeable and knows how to balance the needs of the residents, the county rules, and the needs of a film company. A lot to juggle. Honolulu Film's priority is our residents, and their track record reflects that. I can't imagine having a film industry in Hawaii without the Honolulu Film Office. In summary, I ask that you recognize the importance of the work that the Film Office does and recommend that you oppose Bill 12, Resolution 83, and restore funding to the office. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have Chun James standing by remotely.
Okay, June James, please proceed.
Aloha. So now, isn't that curious? Why would we want to undermine the film industry that has been a profit-making revenue entity for Oahu? I don't understand. I don't understand why there would not be more support to help them grow more so that we can grow more revenue. And that is also helping us win away from the tourist industry per se. And I want to add, and I said this before, that the Republic of South Korea so wisely invested so much capital funds in the film industry. And now we know everybody is talking about the Korean drama all over the world. And also the Korean music, the pop singers, whatever that is. So that there is value in helping and supporting and funding enterprises such as the film industry so that it will continue to bring in revenues into this island. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Amira Solomon is now logged on.
Okay. Please proceed.
Hi there. Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Apologies if my connection is choppy. I'm just on location right now with a project. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. Thank you so much for allowing us to give feedback. I really just want to voice my opposition to the amendment to reduce funding for the film office. I'm a location manager and a member of the local Teamster 996 here on Oahu. And I've been working consistently in this industry since 2010 on all different kinds of projects. As a member of the locations department, we work so closely with the film office, from scouting to logistics to permits, and they're just tremendously helpful in us being able to do our jobs to bring these types of projects here to the island. Oftentimes the film office helps bring these projects on from the onset, getting them interested in what Oahu has to offer. And the really valuable thing is, unlike some crew or location managers here that are still learning how to talk to these productions, the film office knows what we can safely offer so that we're not over impacting certain areas or certain communities because they've had the experience to be able to give them accurate information. So when a big production comes here, they really have a deep understanding of what we're expecting when they come in. And once they're here, we're able to easily work with them. The film industry brings so much work to local crew, pumps so much money into the local economy. And I would love to see this office get more funding instead of have their funding reduced. The one last thing I just wanted to note is that, you know, the film office, they're not just advocating and supporting for the film companies. You know, they really empower and protect city and county offices that we work with when all the shoots. The staff there, you know, they're tough on the productions, and they scrutinize us, what we're asking for, to make sure that they're really seeing the big picture because they want to see the longevity of the film industry flourish by setting the right boundaries and kind of protecting everybody. So thank you again for your time and appreciate it.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 persons indicating online waiting to testify.
Please proceed.
Bring them in one by one.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the City Council. I'm actually here to testify on the next item on agenda, but in hearing this particular item, I share the same concern all the previous testifiers have shared. It's actually a very big surprise to me to hear that funding would be removed. I'll only add this comment. I'll be brief because I know this meeting is running long. I worked for a time in my younger years when I lived in the San Francisco Bay Area on different projects. So I probably did close to, I'd say, between 80 and 90 television and film projects where I started out as a background extra and did some featured work and other work. So I'm actually a SAG-AFTRA must join. I decided not to join because I used to do work that was non-union, and the only way I could do that was to stay out of the union. So I played a police officer a lot, a detective, a lot of different things. I worked on a lot of major motion pictures. And in the San Francisco Bay Area, there was a film office that was supported very strongly by the community there, and there was funding for it. And I'm really surprised that you would take away something like that from Hawaii. This is a featured location for film, and I hope that you rethink this, and I hope that funding is reinstated. Mahalo for an opportunity to make comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, anybody else wishing to testify on Bill 12 CD1?
Yes, one last testifier standing by.
Chair Waters, may I testify?
1 second, Mr. Clerk, who's next?
Yes, it's Angela Meldium.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Young.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support of the Bill 12 operating budget and program for the fiscal year from July 2024 to June 30th, 2025. And so specifically for the film office, I don't think that within the legislative processes that there should be a reduction of funding for arts or filmmaking because art and artists, filmmakers, content creators, fashion designers, musicians provide a lot of economic advantages to the community. And also the film studios and facilities provide economic support for a lot of the local people in the community. And from the film office, and I quote, it says, "The film industry does not cause overcrowding, it does not cause environmental damage by crowds of people destroying nature, plants, and marine life." So I kind of paraphrase that. It's like not the exact wording in the film office, but you get what I mean. So the film office operates of film industry efforts, right? Because it's not something that causes a lot of environmental damage, like tourism. So when we support things that are culturally grounded in healthy, happy social practices, such as creating film and music, then the community will learn about culture and society, and also it will bring in economic prosperity to Hawaii. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further testimony, Mr. Clerk?
No, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank members of our the council, our colleagues, for the discussions during the budget hearings, especially the discussions where I'm hoping where it seems there are reductions, that they spur conversations with our council and the departments. As for the film office, I would like to see them be their own office and support them fully. Right now, they are under the Office of Economic Revitalization, where inadvertently but unable to, I guess, separate. When we remove funding for expenses and equipment for one office, it removes it for all the different programs that fall under them. And I do think that our film office is bigger. I mean, I think the term was punching out of their weight class, and they do that out of the weight class, but beyond for the whole city and county of Honolulu. So I definitely agree with that. So the intent is not to, I guess, reduce funding for the film office, but I just wanted to share that. And I do look forward to the members' amendments come April 25, I believe, and for further discussion about that. And I want to thank again all the members for fighting for their communities through these budget amendments. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Kiana, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Councilmember Cordero, for your comments, and thank you for all who have testified. Elizabeth Talbot from the Chamber of Commerce, I appreciated you fighting for the overall funding for the Office of Economic Revitalization, which I strongly support. The film office happens to be under it. And whether or not the film office is broken out from it, I would hope that everyone who believes in a diversified economy for Oahu would be supportive of our city's Office of Economic Revitalization. I do know that when we have the next round of budget hearings on this office, we often do not get a lot of support from the business industry with regard to the Office of Economic Revitalization. So I guess I just would ask for your kokua, whether you be for the film industry or all industries for Hawaii, that you support the Office of Economic Revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wire.
I mean, no longer any comment, or I would just say that I look forward to the bill coming back to committee and looking forward to funding, being put towards the work that OER and as a result also the film office are doing. So recognizing that the vote today is just for second reading, and that we'll be continuing to work on it in committee.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you to the Budget Chair. Thank you for all those who have testified, and especially because there's so many nuanced parts to the budget bill. There's a lot of things that if you're not watching, you're not totally sure. So the conversations are good. This is a huge thing we do every year, and everyone's counting on us to do it right. And so I guess I just want to make comments on a few things that are important to me. First off, always and will forever be parks. So I'm glad that, Director Thielen parsed out exactly why she's asking for more and what districts, where she sees there's equivalencies, where we need to find more parity in the amount of workers, and especially in my district, compactors, trash trucks, we need those things because that is almost the shining star for our city, right? Is whether or not we can keep our parks looking nice, which it's a struggle, but I think making the budget changes is what's gonna help her to make the physical changes. So I stand behind all of that. The second thing is Department of Facility Maintenance. I definitely support restoring their costs. And one of the ongoing conversations I've had with them in DPR is who is line iteming out SPOs, because no one is right now. So they've been using vacancy funds to do it, and that's kind of what the concern was about us taking away vacancy funds, was we didn't have a line item for that. So Chair, respectfully, maybe not this budget, but we're gonna have to figure that out, because I do feel like it's kind of fallen between various departments and there's a lot of finger pointing, but it is the way that we actually are able to restore public spaces to the public. So we're gonna need to fund it well and have somebody be in charge of it. About the Office of Economic Revitalization, I totally agree that they would succeed by having the film office be separate. But, the other conversation we had is, should that be their name? And it's been a big conversation on what exactly is the mission, the direction. And I had a good meeting with the director. She also feels the same, which is maybe it was intentionally supposed to be, or initially supposed to be, the Office of Revitalization, but maybe they are just the Office of Economic Development now. And so I think in doing that, by separating off the film office, if that's what happens, is charting a clear path on what the purpose and the mission of these departments are is really going to help us to make sure that our funding follows suit. Lastly, we discussed only very small, the Pound Master, which was Bill 18, brought up by my colleague, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, but I am going to suggest that we try to fund it even in the most minimal, because I have looked through the Humane Society contract. There is no one right now that actually collects any loose animals. And even though the Pound Master hasn't been funded for years here, definitely in rural areas where we have a lot of farming incidents, cut fences, poaching, hunters going in areas they're not supposed to, I think it would behoove the city to make sure to take care of that responsibility. So I'm looking forward to the conversations on May 24th on this second reading, because I think we're getting farther along. I love the conversations we've had on making things more efficient. And so just thank you to the budget chair and to everyone who's participating.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam is absent. Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 83 has been adopted and Bill 12, CD1, has passed second reading. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 84 be adopted and Bill 13, CD1, as amended, pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This bill relates to the Executive Capital Budget and Program for the fiscal year July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025.
Thank
you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Yes, sir. We have, I believe, 6 registered testifiers in the chamber, if they're still here, and a couple of them logged on.
Thank you very much. Starting with Natalie Iwasa, followed by Allison Peterson and Winston Welch.
Thank you, Chair. Natalie Wassa for the record. Just some comments on certain line items. So first of all, I note that this is a almost $1 billion budget that covers 2 years. So we need to be cognizant of the debt service that will be coming down the line from this. The first item I would like to address is the $10.9 million for facilities for electrical charging stations. And I think, with this transition that we're doing to all electrical vehicles and that kind of thing, the public really should know, what is this ultimately going to cost us? How many more millions of dollars are going to be put into our city budget and have to be funded by real property taxes? So I ask that that be addressed. Another line item is the HPD vehicles for $4.3 million. And so this is going to be paid for by bonds. And some of you may remember that a prior administration would not put vehicles in the CIP budget, because if they're funded by bonds typically are, maybe 20 years, and vehicles don't last that long. So you're paying for something that doesn't last anywhere near the time frame of payment. And so to me, this indicates that our overall budgeting process is not as healthy as it was before. Another line item here is the $50 million in roadway improvements, which I support. But I wonder, why is it that our roads are not lasting longer? On Lunalila Home Road, the whole section from Valley to Kalanianaole Highway to many of the roads in the valleys were redone 8, maybe not quite 10 years ago, and they're already developing cracks and potholes. And so why is it that we can't get roads here that last longer? I mean, when we're paying millions and millions of dollars to have them put in. So I ask you to look at that. There's $55 million in buses, and I've mentioned this before, but the buses nowadays have cameras on them. And so when somebody lives on a bus route with those cameras, their homes are being recorded every single time a bus goes by, and those recordings are maintained for 30 days. So I would like to know, because I'm on one of those routes, I would like to know, what is the policy for access to those videos? Who can look at them? Who, how is the security maintained? And because if somebody wanted to, if they had access, they could figure out patterns for families when they're going to be home and that kind of thing. And we should understand what that policy is. How secure are those recordings? And then the last thing, Chair, is the Cocoa Crater Botanical Garden, $500,000. I support that. Like many of our parks, I think that we are not doing enough to keep them up, and so I appreciate that line item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further testifiers? Oh, hold on. Allison Patterson, hi, please proceed.
As Uncle Sam said this morning, aloha. Mr. Chair, council members, my name is Allison Peterson, and I'm the president of a new organization called the Alawai Mauka Community Association. Part of our mission is to provide a community voice on the proposed Alawai Bridge. This is in addition to the many people in the community who have spoken up as individuals. Prior testifiers have noted the reasons why an EIS is needed to disclose the full impacts of the proposed bridge on our community, as well as impacts from the no action alternative. The Alawai Mauka Community Association requests the City Council to hold in abeyance the Alawai Bridge project until a full EIS is completed. We also request that an appropriation be made to only fund an EIS, estimated at about $500,000. I would note that members of our association and others feel and have the perception that their concerns were not listened to by bridge project officials in the planning process. Many of us feel the community did not ask for the bridge, but that the lure of federal funds is hard to refuse. Our association would like to work with the city on the EIS to focus on issues we'd like included, such as original public policy rationale for the Diamond Head Special District, including the value of view planes to the crater and height restrictions, the Alawai Canal's inclusion on the National Register of Historic Places, along with all its protections, and engagement with community and civic groups beyond those with the narrower stakeholder interest. And also the impact on the Alawai Mauka area community, including its sense of place, its community identity, by replacing our beloved Diamond Head natural landmark with the concrete and steel tower icon that lights up at night. There are other concerns that I have not mentioned. Our still new Alawai Mauka Community Association aspires to model civic values and behavior on difficult issues, including the Alawai Bridge. We're also encouraging other communities to activate work groups to be ready to respond to a historic push for fast-tracked housing projects and prevent unintended harm to our communities. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Winston Welch, followed by Laura Ruby.
Aloha, Chair Waters and board members. I'm Winston Welch, testifying in my capacity as Executive Director of the Outdoor Circle. I'd like to talk about our opposition to Bill 13 CD1 for the proposed Alapono Bridge project design. This has always been a solution in search of a problem. No one has asked for this bridge, but as the prior testifier said, there's an allure of federal money here. The DTS came up with an excellent plan to add on extra lanes to the Macaulay Bridge here for $1.5 million. That was done in 2015, and now this bridge has been proposed. We'd like to just suggest that most of this discussion happened during COVID. The public was barely informed. The DTS had a good outreach plan, but it just didn't meet people. If you ask anybody in the Marco Polo building, except the folks here, most don't even know that there's a bridge planned right across the street, neither do the people in Waikiki. Is this bridge really necessary? It's, you know, it's a $60-100 million bridge. So our concerns are mostly about community engagement, but also this violates the Diamond Head Special District and the view of Diamond Head. This is a legally protected scenic view plane. No one doubts that this is a beautiful bridge. It would look good in another location, but what the city has come up with is it says it's trying to mimic the natural design of the area, so a natural environment in Honolulu. But if you know, white painted steel and concrete and cable spans are part of the natural environment, I suppose it would look like the natural environment, but in fact, it doesn't look like that. The original design shown for Neighborhood Board 5 were of a low design, a bridge like the Macaulay or the Kalakaua bridges. And if they came back with a design like that, you might find a lot less opposition to something like this, but it still doesn't address the other concerns of the community, as other testifiers will have. In conclusion, we do appreciate the hard work of the folks at DTS. They're sometimes tasked with things, here, do this, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the community wants it or needs it. We would ask that you pull this from the budget for now, that you fully fund an EIS. There is no bridge emergency. There's no need to spend this money right now. You have a lot of other pressing problems. You could put this in at a later date, but a full EIS is required, even just by the simple number of federal agencies involved that have jurisdiction over the Alawai watershed area, as well as the canal itself. So we do looking forward to working with you on this as time goes by, and hope that you will support a full EIS and pull funding from the budget for this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Laura Ruby, followed by Karen Lin. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and Chair Waters. My name is Laura Ruby, and I'm a member of the Alawai Mauka Community Association, longtime member of Mo'ili'ili, including writing the book on Mo'ili'ili, and active in many of the community organizations. I am not in support of giving any further money to the design for a bridge. At this time, we do request that a full EIS is the very most important thing that we could have at this time to fully address all of these things. I have written testimony that addresses the ordinances that have not been met yet, and those are very important things governing the construction of anything. I would like to talk just a bit about the just giving voice to some of the community park users, and there are many, many. We had over 600 petitioners that said they did not want a wide bridge that was not appropriate in scale or for the Alawai Canal site. So that's many people that have already voiced their concern. And then some of the, if you can just imagine your own communities, your own neighborhoods, we have in our Alawai Park, we have easily 50 to 100 Pacific Islanders on a Sunday afternoon and evening. They're just enjoying the park. They sing, they play, the kids run back and forth to the play area, and the teenagers are playing basketball and so forth. The Alawai school parents and students, after school is out, they cross from the school to the playground. There are many, many of those. There's 100+ community gardeners coming and tending their vegetables every day. And there's the Makuli League, that's the seniors, softball users each week come out, and the basketball pickup games are regularly on weekday mornings. And further, we have the canoe paddlers, as you may know. There are several of the canoe clubs that are up and down the canal, but ours is quite a large one. It houses the historic Malia Koa Canoe, and we have it's staging for the regattas that come in there. And when, besides the regular paddlers all the time, they come, when they have the regattas, they come in with trucks and trailers for all the many other canoes that come from around the island, maybe from elsewhere too. And this is a huge staging area for the period of time that the canoers are paddling. And we'd really want you to understand that. And then further, just to further address the really nice things that are there already, we have mature trees. I've lived in the neighborhood for a long time and seen these trees grow from little twigs to great big mature trees with canopies, and it would be really kind of sad to see them moved somewhere else. And the other thing is that the Migratory Bird Act Treaty, which has been in effect for many times, was actually to protect the kolea and the mana birds. And every year about this time, the kolea come in and they home in on the Alawai Canal. And you can hear their voices. It's at night, but you can hear their voices coming in to find their own fields. And it's just really a delight when you know that they're returning. So I would strongly urge you to all support a full EIS. I would say that Councilmember Kia Aina, you were very active with getting your community residents to consider the incidents with the haiku stairs, and Councilmember Cordero wants the parks. I would ask you all to consider all of our residences and the wonderful use that our park is in full use, and to consider first the full EIS, which will give you all of the historical, the social, the cultural, and the environmental background that's really needed to go further with the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Karen Lynn, followed by Daniela Minerbi.
Aloha, Council Chair Waters and the Council. My name's Karen Lynn. I have written testimony listed under Diane Lynn, which you can read at your leisure. I'm also here to testify concerning item 2020-105, which is the Alawai pedestrian and bicycle bridge. I live directly on the canal in the Marco Polo, and I would like to say that I personally am 100% in favor of this bridge in general, and note that there are maybe two competing designs that are in question. One of them is the current design, which is a tower bridge of 18 stories, which, as described earlier, would be of great effect to the view plane and other things. There are some other concepts that could be considered, and I think the city has been looking at those also. What I would like to say is I'm here to recommend also the reconsideration of the current budget item to use the current budget opportunity to amend and fund an EIS to completely vet the project as opposed to proceeding apace with design and construction as is currently planned. Just briefly in background, there are other testimonies that are online that go into detail about the various aspects that we don't feel as a community have been considered, and also some of the city's actual design guidelines and land use ordinances. I'm also a member of the newly formed Alawai Mauka Community Association, and we're hoping to give voice to other area residents who maybe don't know what is going on here, and make sure that the council's aware of what our concerns are. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Daniela Minerbi. Aloha, welcome.
Good afternoon, City Council Chair, City Council women, and City Council men. My name is Daniela Minerbi, and I live in Moirili, Alawai Mauka. And I'm here to kindly request that there is a collaboration between the Mauka community and the city, a creative and continuing collaboration. We in Alawai Mauka are very concerned about our community, including the most vulnerable, which are the Pacific Islander that do daily use of that and evening use of the park. The children, a kindergartner from Alawai School and elementary school, and the people who have the garden. So we feel so committed to this community, and we know the city is also very committed to this community. So we really request a continuous, open exchange and collaboration. And also, I think we ask that the city hold in abeyance this particular issue of the Alawai Bridge. And we need an complete environmental impact statement because we want to know the effect of the bridge on the user that are daily and evening and morning user of the park. Also, we want to know what will be the impact on the parking, which is already an incredible problem. Almost unmanageable. And we have no information about crime and human trafficking that might impact this park, which is almost the core of our Alawai Mauka community. So we require a complete environmental impact statement, and with it goes the appropriation of the amount necessary to conduct the study, which is probably estimated in the order of $500,000 or more, which is a very small amount considering all the impact the bridge will have and would have, and also the cost itself of the bridge that is running almost 100 million. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, do we have any other registered testifiers?
That concludes the registered in-person testifiers. We do have registered remote testifiers.
Okay, let's proceed with remote testimony.
Okay, I'm gonna bring them in.
So, aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and City Council members. My name is Greg Masakian, and I'm here today to testify as an individual. For full disclosure, I serve as a Subdistrict 2 Vice Chair of the Waikiki Neighborhood Board, and as of last week, I also serve as the President of the Kukua Council. I submitted written testimony and would like to just briefly summarize what I presented. It was 4 pages, and I'm just going to give you just a paragraph here. So I've participated in a number of meetings and discussions regarding the bridge, both as a member of the Waikiki Neighborhood Board, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board here today, and also outside of the board as an individual at various meetings. And I participated in some Zoom discussions and some email discussions. And what's been very clear to me is that the majority of the public that I've spoken with and that I've seen presenting or discussing this topic, this large cable-stayed bridge, does not support this particular design of the bridge project. In fact, what I've discovered is that a majority of the people that I've seen and spoken with don't support any bridge, but there are a member of the public that do. And I'm actually one that would support a bridge, but not just particularly this large 180-foot tall cable-stayed design that's proposed. So what I would like to state is that I've spent a considerable amount of my time researching the draft EA report, the regulations that would support the requirements for a full EIS. And my takeaway is that a full EIS is actually required. So I'm requesting that the Alawai Bridge project at this moment be paused until a full EIS is completed. And I'm also requesting that you amend the appropriation amount to the estimated cost of the full EIS. And I hope that our city council members will listen to the members of the public today and going forward, because I know there's been a lot of voices that have spoken, but unfortunately, all of the voices aren't being heard. So I'm hoping that that's going to be something that is more thoughtful in the future, that the members that we speak with, DTS, others that I've spoken with in meetings, that you're actually listening to what the majority of the public is saying, because that's important for the community. I appreciate your time, and there's a lot more information in my written testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Denise Antolini and Larry McElhaney, who are actually present. So, Ms. Antolini, please proceed.
Aloha, Council Chair Waters, council members, good afternoon. My name is Denise Antolini. I'm a North Shore resident. I normally do not wear t-shirts to city council meetings, but I'll explain at the end of my testimony why I'm wearing this shirt. Testifying in support of Bill 13, but specifically the item introduced by Councilmember Wire for $500,000 for planning and design for the North Shore Ocean Safety Center. So I want to make 3 points. One about the administration's support, the second one about community support, and third about city council support. So the first is about the mayor's support. So just as of last week, the mayor's office said the mayor is in strong support of a first responder center on the North Shore. So we are grateful to the mayor for reaffirming an initiative that his administration took over a year ago. In March of 2023, EMS Director Ireland and Ocean Safety Chief John Titchen came to our community association at Sunset Beach and said, you on the North Shore are basically in between a very long distance between Kahuku Ambulance Station and the one in Wailua or Haleiwa. You need an ambulance centrally located. We absolutely agree with that. There have been some absolutely tragic stories. I know that one of those stories recently was sent to all of you about the lack of ambulance response time. That is not criticism of our ambulance folks. They're doing an amazing job. We need that physical presence. And also Chief Titchen talked about the need to move the district station for the lifeguards. We have a tremendously large district station out there. Currently, the headquarters is in a condemned house, completely unacceptable, but kept together by the lifeguards. So they need a new district station for all of their operations, which go from Kaneohe to Kaena, a huge field. So we want to thank the administration for their very strong support. They brought it to our attention. We and the community absolutely supported it. So second, community. After that presentation, the Sunset Beach Community Association strongly supported it, as did the North Shore Neighborhood Board. Both the Community Association and the Neighborhood Board have a preferred location, which is across from Sharks Cove, but the administration is maintaining an open stance, which is just fine with us. So that conversation will continue. The community then launched a petition, and I think Budget Chair Cordero, when we were before you, it had maybe 6,000 people. We're up to 7,400 responses in support of this initiative and this Ocean Safety Center co-located with ambulance. That's a tremendous outpouring in just a few weeks. Last, where does the council fit in? So at the very long but fascinating budget committee meeting a week or so ago, the testimony was 100% in support of this item, and I believe last time I checked, for today's full council hearing, there were over 80 pieces of testimony in support. So we recommend that you continue this initiative. It's a wonderful addition, and as far as I know, 100% the whole way, so mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. McElhaney.
Aloha, Chairman Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, and council members. My name is Larry McElhaney, and I'm testifying in strong support of Council Member Wire's amendment for the $500,000 for a first responder center, preferably at Sharks Cove. When I testified before the Budget Committee, I mentioned how compelling the written testimonies were, and another batch came in for the last few days, equally as compelling. And I've been thinking, why are these testimonies so compelling? Why do they make so much sense? And I boiled it down to two profound issues that will come out of this proposal once it's implemented. The first one has to do with health, safety, and human life. An ambulance station across from Sharks Cove will greatly enhance the opportunities to preserve health, safety, and human life. So that's the first reason why these testimonies are so compelling. The second reason, in my analysis, is because the way this proposal is fashioned at this location, it will help preserve the rural character of the North Shore. And we all know that the rural character and the North Shore in that district is a cherished global treasure. So anything that can be done to help preserve the rural character, which this proposal will do, I think is very important. So yes, I hope the council will see that this funding is implemented and that this project goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rexanne Dubiel Shanahan.
Sorry, the testifier is not logged on.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other registered testifiers?
No other registered testifiers, one remotely standing by with their hand raised.
Looks like it's Chun James. Please proceed.
Aloha, can you hear me? Wonderful. I want to throw my support again also to the North Shore first responder supporting. That is really important. And to kind of put things in context, so you have a whole overwhelming public desire to have this. And yet, on the other hand, in the Alawai Canal area, you have a much more expensive bling bling bridge that nobody seems to want. And we're not sure who is pushing for that bling bling bridge. And also, I wanted to say that there will always have to be priorities as to what you want to spend, because we don't have a bottomless pit of money out there. So for example, if we have spent millions and millions of doing road work, right? Why is it that we are still, again, having potholes and having roads get ripped up all the time? Why can't we ask for a job performance warranty? If we are paying millions of dollars to fix our road, and it's not even with a winter season, we don't even have a winter season where you have to pour salt and all this that helps aggravate the surface of the roads. Why can't we ask for a job performance warranty that if they are paid millions and millions of dollars of work, they should be proud enough to warranty it, and that any potholes that appear just after heavy rain, well, the city shouldn't be fixing it. The contractor should be fixing it for free. So those are kind of items that I really think that we need to continue to question. I believe that it shouldn't be tax and spend, that there must be a culture and a mindset to set our priorities that will make our people happy, that will be useful to Oahu in the long run. And we can all then be happy and live in peace and not have to keep fighting over controversial issues when there's no need to do it. And I think it is really funny for Winston Welch to say that sometimes solution in search of a problem exists in our island. Let's start let's have a paradigm shift that adopt a culture of not tax and spend, but to be careful, to be frugal, and to make our taxpayers' money go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we are in discussion. Seeing none, I have a question for Department of Transportation Services.
Aloha Council, Roger Morton, Director of the Department of Transportation Services.
Thank you so much. There's been a lot of talk about the bridge and an EIS, as well as roads, road maintenance, and how long they last. First, let's talk about roads. Is it true that our roads only last 6 to 8 years?
Chair, we at Department of Transportation Services, we don't rehabilitate. That's a DDC issue.
Fair enough. What about our bridges? There's a lot of talk about the EIS.
Yeah, the process we are going through, right now we have a draft EA that we have done. It will be submitted to both federal and state agencies. We are following a federal process. A determination will be made whether or not we need to expand our EA to an EIS, and that will be following the normal process that we have for doing that. I'd also want to just inform what our process is going forward a little bit, is that as this is a federal aid project, we are mandated to follow federal aid processes. And one of the processes that we will be following will be an evaluation of whether or not there are alternative configurations available for the bridge, and also whether there are alternative technical methods that we could employ. And that'll be a community-based discussion with many of the people that people that have an interest in the bridge. Some of the, for example, the consulting parties. So the question of the bridge is a open question. The bridge is a costly bridge. It would be 80% funded by federal dollars, including a discretionary $25 million grant that was given specifically for this bridge crossing, not necessarily this bridge design, but for this bridge crossing that was part of the RAISE grant and was a competitive process.
Thank you very much. Members, any follow-up questions? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Director. What is your response? So if I hear you right, you're saying that as you guys complete the EA, you will determine whether an EIS is done. So many that testified today said that rather than moving the funding forward, it's better to wait until, say, if an EIS was completed for that to be done. What is your response to that?
Well, to allay the fears of the community, it's not DTS that would determine whether it would be we'd be following a federal process where they're both whether both federal and state agencies required an EIS.
Okay, but what is your response to saying that an EIS might be more appropriate to be completed rather than moving the funding now? Do you recommend that we, I mean, you're saying that it might be needed. So what is your response to pausing the funding until you know whether an EIS is completed? I'm just asking a question.
Sure. Well, even if we did an EIS, many of the studies have been done as part of the EA. So there would be additional time required, but we would, we would oppose deleting the funding at this point.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions for Director Morton or any other director pursuant to Bill 13 CD1? Councilmember Say.
Director Morton, give the general public a background of this particular project. How many years has this county, gone through these public hearing processes in regards to the Alapono Bridge?
Well, it depends at what point you look at. I mean, the issue of a crossing probably goes back 70 years. Most of that time was looking at a crossing for vehicles, motorized vehicles, cars and trucks. In this particular case, I think that I would choose about 2015 as the date that most of the planning started for the bridge.
So during the planning of the bridge, in the Chapter 343 Environmental Impact Statement section of the statute, first and foremost, we are doing the EA, the environmental assessment, correct?
We have a draft EA that we are, and we have, as part of that, we have a 106 or a 13E process looking at historic properties as well.
Yes.
And both of those have not been completed yet. They are awaiting comments and continuation at this point. So they're both in a draft format right now.
No, the process that's in place, I think, is a very excellent process because of the process dealing with the EA. If the EA finds that there is no substantial impact, then a statement of FONSI is said. And FONSI stands for what?
FONSI would be a finding of no significant impact.
So for the public, Mr. Chair, for the record, they're going through the EA. They want me to intervene along with you to have that EA maybe become a full-blown environmental impact statement. I am not getting involved. I am not involved. And I want to set the record straight. And that's why I'm asking the director these questions. If I was to tell Chair Cordero to take it out, the money, would we jeopardize the federal funding?
Ultimately, we could jeopardize the discretionary funding that we received. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you, Director. Any follow-up discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam is absent. Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola? Oh, absent. Councilmember Wire? Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 members are absent.
Thank you. CR 84 has been adopted and Bill 13, CD1, has passed second reading.
Mr. Chair, is it possible, if the clerk agreeing, that I could insert some written comments in support of the capital improvement operating budget, even though it has been voted upon?
1 second. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Say.
Yes. May I, Mr. Clerk, may I just submit some written comments from our residents of District 5 in support of the capital improvement budget also?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, moving to the top of page 19, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 85 be adopted and Bill 14 pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
The bill authorizes the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes of the city and county of Honolulu in a maximum principal amount equal to the aggregate of the amounts appropriated in the capital budget ordinance of said city and county for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025, and specified in said ordinance to be financed from the proceeds of the sale of such bonds and to be expended from the General Improvement Bond Fund, the Highway Improvement Bond Fund, Solid Waste Improvement Bond Fund, or the Housing Development Special Fund.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I note that we have Natalie Wassa signed up for in-person testimony. Natalie still here? Nope.
Actually, I believe she signed up for Bill 16.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers on Bill 14?
Mr. Chair, we have no other testifiers.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience that wants to testify on Bill 14? Seeing none, we are in discussion. Noting no discussion, Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam is absent. Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire? Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are, 7 ayes, 2 members are absent.
Thank you very much. CR 85 has been adopted and Bill 14 has passed second reading. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 86 be adopted and Bill 16 pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This bill relates to the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation operating budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2024 to June 30, 2025. 2025.
Thank you very much. Natalie Iwasa.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, Natalie Wassa for the record, and I do need to state that I am speaking in my individual capacity. You know, I mentioned this before, but I'm not sure that it's sunk in. You folks are just going through the motions here. You're checking the box, and the reason I say that is because the Heart Board's position is that they have the ultimate say on the budget. So if you cut something, they can put it back. If they want to change something, they can change it. So you looked at, 10 resolutions for charter amendments, and you're not doing anything to fix this issue. To me, this is a big problem. Because my understanding when HART was first put into place is that you folks would be in charge of the budget. And that's not happening. I also wanted to bring up the $110,000 PR consultant issue. Now, I understand when you're talking about $10 billion, that's pennies. But that's more than most people here make in a year. And now the board wants to have their own PR consultant. There's this pervasive issue, or attitude, I should say, of us versus them, the Heart Board versus the staff. And this is not good for anybody. So I don't know if it's too late for you folks to consider a charter amendment, but I think that something needs to be done. So those are my comments, again, in my individual capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? Councilmember Wire.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Always appreciate Ms. Iwasa's what exactly when you referenced the last meeting, like what exactly was going on that was problematic, and in your mind,
Yes,
what's the underlying?
thank you for the question.
Yeah.
So this was during the Human Resource Committee meeting, and like other agencies, HART has had turnover. This particular meeting was about retention, employee retention, and recruitment. And you may be aware that one of their top management just recently resigned again, but this was for personal reasons, okay? So the board has been hounding the CEO about the policies of recruitment, the employees, what kind of rights do they have, what kind of benefits, is she doing everything she can to bring in new people? But my concern is that when you have this atmosphere of grilling not only the CEO, but sometimes the staff themselves, who is gonna want to work for an agency like that? Certainly not as many people as you would have otherwise in a healthy organization that recognizes good work and good effort. So that was what it was about. This meeting was all public. The CEO did ask for executive session. The committee chair said no. So it was all in public, and it will be posted. If it hasn't been posted yet, that meeting will be posted online for anybody to take a look at.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers on Bill 17, CD1?
Mr. Chair, we have Chun James standing by remotely.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha. You know, I'm actually a thorn in our side. And it seems like nobody cares. Nobody in the decision-making capacity cares. We know that it started on the wrong foot. I mean, we could go through the whole spiel of the story, but we will not. But again, I encourage you to read the Porter report in 2012. It's still very relevant. And also, I am really concerned that there is going to be so much more eminent domain on our people that nobody knows about it yet. You have the rail line, just the station, and those eminent domain has been happening. And recently the print shop was getting a heavier dosage than usual. But we're also talking about the what I call the worm pathway. It is the half-mile radius along each stations. And I encourage our residents to, each time you're at a rail station and you look at all those whole big pillars, eminent domain is going to happen around it. The warehouses, the chop suey stores, the mom and pop places, the industrial areas, the old businesses, they are all eventually going to suffer the oppression of eminent domain in the name of thought development. The sad thing is that most people have not caught that vision of what is coming yet. And because we live in an island, it's just not so easy to say, oh, we're going to condemn you for the public good, because where are they going to go? I mean, we're just a little small island. It's not that you can relocate 300 miles down the road or 200 miles down the road. We'll all be in the ocean. So there's so many issues, but I encourage you to revisit this, reanalyze this. You will pretty much come to realize that this is the biggest boondoggle in the history of Oahu, and it is going to become more oppressive. It's going to create more fiscal burdens on our people than less. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to comment. I'm not sure if the testifier, Ms. Iwasa, is still here, but I just wanted to comment on the testimony that she did share, not specifically on the budget, but it is concerning to me if these things are happening with our Heart CEO, and where we stand on the project or not, that shouldn't be taking place. I know Laurie has done a really a difficult job trying to pick up the project from where it was when she received it, and so I think as a council, I myself want to make sure that I'm paying attention more to what's happening. But also, I know that she's made some hard decisions to be fiscally sound, because this is a project that's very fiscally taxing on all of our residents here and statewide, actually. So if I'm not sure if Ms. Iwasa is here, but if that is happening, I just want the public to know that we don't encourage or condone any of that. We have been really supportive of trying to support our CEO in her capacity in this position to see what we can do to make sure that the project is more responsibly completed, and whatever we can do to fiscally keep it on track, and do what we can to make sure that it's done safely for the public to use it, because we're looking at, again, the future use of the rail. So thank you for letting me share, and hopefully Ms. Iwasa will I just wanted her to know that as a council, I'm speaking on my behalf, but I think all of us, we don't want to see mistreatment of anyone employed on this project as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments, members? We're in discussion. Any member can speak up.
If Chair would entertain it, I see someone in the gallery, and I know testimony may be closed, but I'd be inclined to ask Mr. Holland what thoughts he wanted to add.
I'll be very brief. A decade ago, I was the permit coordinator for HOT. And at that time, HOT wasted money right and left. And when Laurie came on board, and I was the HOT board member, voting board member, the past 2 years, Laurie did a very good job of controlling that budget. So when you vote on that budget, understand she does everything she can to keep it in line and as cost effective as possible. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And could you just state your name for the record while you're up there?
Sure, Mark Holland, former voting board member of HOT.
Okay, mahalo. No question, Chair. I just saw the gentleman's hand raised, so wanted to.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Aye. Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 87 has been adopted, and Bill 17, CD1, has passed second reading. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 91 be adopted and Bill 20 pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This bill relates to fines, fees, and other revenues of the Department of Planning and Permitting.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any? Oh, I see we have a bunch of registered testifiers, starting with Ralph Furley, followed by Richard Ferguson.
Mr. Chair, I believe both of the testifiers not logged on.
Okay, let's go back to Natalie Wasa.
Thank you, Chair, Council members. Natalie Wasa, for the record. I'm opposed to this, as I have been for many special funds. So this bill would create a new DPP fund in which would be deposited fines and fees that are issued by DPP. And I agree with some of the other prior testifiers that sets up a conflict of interest, simply because it motivates people to put more into their fund so that they can have more for their own usage. But it's poor fiscal policy also, because anytime you add a new fund, it creates more accounting work, more auditing costs, and it's not a good policy. And today you're going to look at the Hanauma Bay settlement, which is also another special fund. So I think, every time we set up a special fund, we open ourselves to potential abuse. Depending on the mayor and his priorities, that it could be not used the way it was intended. So I just ask you to vote no on this, and thank you for allowing my testimony.
Thank you. Next, we have Cecilia Gomez, followed by Patrick Riley, and then Chun James.
Mr. Chair, the first two testifiers not logged on. Ms. James, I believe, is still around.
Is Patrick Riley available?
No, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, is Chun James available?
Yes, and this will be my last one. It's been fun hanging out with you guys. My goodness, you never want to allow the big government, the long arm of the government, to continue to control us. I am so against it. I don't know who thought about this idea, but through my years of working and participating in civic affairs, everybody knows, and whether fair or not, everybody knows that DPP has deep systemic problems. Recently, there were how many workers that were just sent to jail? And there is absolutely no trust among all the people that I have talked to that their rights will be protected. And to want to just open this floodgate here and say that, well, DPP can fine people and that they can keep the fines. I mean, that is like the biggest conflict of interest that we are putting on a silver platter to a dysfunctional, sorry, because I'm sure part of it is true, dysfunctional department that has created so much trouble for so many people. And you hear of bullying and you hear of retaliation. So it is, again, it's back to fiscal priorities and good decisions. Our residents would have very little discourse because the modus operandi is always that the government is always right and the public is always wrong. And so if the public wants to argue that the government is wrong, then residents will have to hire expensive legal representation to protect them. This cannot be true. There are just too many unintended negative consequences, and it diminish, excuse me, and it downgrade the welfare of our Oahu residents. So please kill this bill because it is poor public policy. It is bad governance. I can't say enough negative description about this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any further testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one testifier with their hand raised remotely.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. In strong support of the DPP special funds. I think tailoring the special fund to support housing development and also urban development is a very productive thing. For example, the special fund, right, within the parameters that the council is creating can be set during this legislative debate process. And you can tailor it based on the needs of the overall strategic plans of the state housing plans, as well as the city council's planning process and the other counties' planning processes to see what is needed in terms of planning and permitting. And the special fund can provide for these things. Special funds can provide for research teams, right? It can create the research to research about what you need to implement the appropriate infrastructure to support your housing goals at the state and the city. And so the discussion at the state and the city about the DPP permitting process it's just a lot. So yeah, just testifying in strong support of the special fund because I think it's going to be very much of a valuable asset to the overall planning strategies of the city and state. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members who are in discussion. Councilmember Cordero, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Committee on Budget members. As I note and have noted my opposition to the bill, but passing it out mainly to have it go through a hearing. I did share in my committee that when it does come to my committee, I would I wanted to pass it out of my committee to have further discussion on this topic. Of course, I'm still in strong opposition to this, but to the will of your body, I would like to see if we want to pass it out and keep it in committee, and I would go either way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wire.
I was just going to note that I'd be voting with reservations today and would entertain further discussions in committee at budget chair's discretion, or I'm open to proceeding however the body feels is appropriate.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you. I want to thank the budget chair for having hearing on this measure. It's not a silver bullet solution, but this is a department that has struggled, and we've tried to provide them as much support as possible. I think it's a worthwhile discussion in conjunction with all the other things that we're trying to do to help DPP to keep moving this forward. And I think over the next few months, I don't think that this is something that's, based on kind of the temperature of my colleagues here, is something that we're quite ready to move forward. But I think over the next few months, we can keep pushing on this and keep asking the department how best they can be supported. And again, if this is a way to let those revenues reinvest in the department, as the mayor said, people, processes, and technology, I think that's a worthwhile end. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Kia.
Is the Department of Permitting and Planning here, or is the administration here to testify for this measure?
Director Apuna is present.
Aloha, Chair, members of the council, Donna Puna, DPP.
Director, what is your position on the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services?
So we appreciate the intent of the bill to help support DPP operations through a special fund. However, we defer to BFS because we are part of the larger budget of the city, and we are going through such major changes through technology, people, processes, that it wouldn't be a good time to create this fund that we would need to figure out. We would need time to allow this transformation to happen before we kind of look to do something as far as a special fund.
Okay, thank you. I also see Director Kawano has just walked in. Director Kawano, did you want to opine?
Yes, in our opinion, I agree with Director Takeuchi, Apuna Takeuchi, because I believe that right now, based on where DPP is, it's too early to set up a new special fund. I believe council would have to set up the fund, establish it. It's going to add an administrative burden to the administration to have another set of funds. Keep in mind that while the revenues as projected are fairly close to the operating budget, when you have a separate standalone fund that revolves, meaning that the cash stays in the fund, we typically charge central administrative service fee at 5%. Of the budget of that fund. We also would probably do an allocation of debt service, and the fund is not that close to be self-sustaining. The other issue is that when you put money in special fund, you really restrict the flexibility of the overall government to spread and allocate the budget. Because the monies would be, earmarked for a specific purpose. Typically, a special fund is set up to achieve a specific purpose. you won't be able to spread the revenue allocated to it, for other governmental uses based on other priorities.
Thank you so much. As you know, I've been wanting to create a special fund actually for Parks and Recreation, but because of the multitude of issues we're going through and the concerns that you have expressed, I've delayed introduction of that measure. And I do concur that DPP is going through a lot. And just based on a lot of the bills that we heard today, especially relating to TVUs, and of course my interest in residential A, vacancy tax, a lot of issues going through not just the budget committee, but also with our respective zoning and planning the economy committees. Thank you for your comments. As a result, while I appreciate the dialogue, I will be voting no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Tobo, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos.
Chair, I also will be voting no out of concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you. I just have one question for Director Takeuchi Puna, if she's still available. I'll note, as I noted in the previous hearing, there's a property in my district with $10 million in fines for operating an illegal TVU. In Councilmember Kiaina's district, which has had a lot of these sorts of operations, there's a property with $4.25 million in fines. How are we doing in collecting these very large fines that are just sitting there? I recognize we may not get all of it, but these people have serially violated the law. I mean, what are we doing there?
So we are escalating and exhausting all of our different enforcement powers. So I think the $10 million ones we're moving towards foreclosure from the lien stage. So whatever tools we have in code, we're trying to implement. But also, as far as short-term rentals, we will have a new platform that will help to enforce better. So I think there's a lot of different things that we're doing and working with the collections agency, so we will hopefully be able to capture all those fines.
And just one last question, not a single dime of those fines is going to go back to DPP at any point soon.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it goes into us. There is a special short-term rental fund, but where that goes, I believe it goes back to the general fund, yes.
Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, thank you. Members, any follow-up discussion? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing that a few of the members, actually a majority of the members of my committee has shared their concerns, I will also be voting no.
Thank you. Any further comments before we take a roll? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
No.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kiaina?
No.
Councilmember Okimoto?
No.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? No. Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Reservations.
Chair Waters?
Reservations.
Mr. Chair, there are 4 ayes, 4 noes, 1 member is absent.
And we needed 6 to pass, Mr. Clerk?
This is simple majority.
Simple majority, so the measure passes.
No, the measure, you're tied.
Okay, CR 91 has not reached the requisite amount of votes and the measure fails. Thank you, members. Moving to the top of page 21. From the Committee on Executive Matters and Legal Affairs, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 99 be adopted and Bill 21, CD1 pass second reading as amended. This relates to boards and commissions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded and explained. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers? I believe we do have, Diamond Head Board Chair Winston Welch.
Hello, hi, I'm Winston Welch, and I am going to testify in my capacity as Executive Director of the Outdoor Circle on this. Just a quick suggestion for you all. You've heard a lot about boards and commissions today. I'd like to have a more fundamental approach for this, especially during COVID. boards, committees, commissions for the city. A lot of these you could simply not find them, or they were completely vacant of information, or there was no contact information inside of the city with the liaison. I would suggest, as you're redoing this bill, to put in a requirement that the city report to you at least semi-annually, perhaps starting, I don't know, the spring and the fall or something, because the purpose of this is to inform you all, right? It's to inform all of us. If we don't know when these boards are meeting, what the agendas are, who's attached to them, who is on the board and when are their terms, all of that basic information has been really lacking, although I will say, give a strong shout out to the Assistant Managing Director, Krishna Jayaram, who has taken this on and really leveled up here. But we're not always going to have a Krishna at the helm there. So just moving forward for when there's different people and places there, I just would suggest that we add that for your benefit, for the city's benefit, and for the public's benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Welch? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, do you have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 99 has been adopted and Bill 21, CD1 has passed second reading. Moving to the top of page 22 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 89 be adopted and Bill 2 CD2 as amended pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This bill relates to public transit.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a number of registered testifiers, starting with, or excuse me.
No.
Do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no testifiers.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to testify on this matter? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Seeing none,
Mr.
roll
Chair,
call.
Tommy, Chair
I'm
Waters,
sorry,
this is
Councilmember
strong
Shea.
support. Strong support, this is a generator of money for the highway fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 89 has been adopted and Bill 2, CD2 has passed second reading. Members, we previously passed Bill 7 on the bottom of page 22. So moving to the top of page 23 from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 93 and Resolution 24-17 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This approves the sale of the P.E. Koi Mini Park Road Remnant Lot 46 at 1409 P.E. Koi Street, Honolulu, Hawaii, Tax Map Key 2-4-020:056.
Thank you very much. It appears that we have 4 registered testifiers, starting with Winston Welch. Okay, next we have Amanda Kirby. Thank you so much for waiting patiently.
Hi, yes. Been here all day, didn't know when it was going to come up, so it's been great being here. Thank you for having me. My name is Amanda Kirby. I live in Makiki. I'm here at a personal capacity. Who am I? Like I said, I live in Makiki. I work in the social service industry at a local nonprofit working daily, housing the homeless people here on Oahu. I also served roughly 2 years. It was cut short in the Peace Corps as an sustainable agricultural volunteer in West Africa. I'm also the vice president of the Makiki Community Garden and also the vice president of the Honolulu Community Garden Council. Just so you know that my decisions are informed. I do oppose the sale of the P.E. Koi Street Mini Park. A previous resolution, Resolution 19-250, defines a mini park as a small landscaped area established to provide passive or pedestrian-oriented recreational needs in high-density neighborhoods. This definition was left out of this resolution. PE Koi Mini Park is currently zoned as P2 preservation. This resolution was originally referred
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, was originally referred to the zoning committee in January, but changed to budgeting in February. It is stated in this resolution that any request for zone change must be processed through the Department of Planning and Permitting. The Department of Planning and Permitting has allowed RV Ventures, the proposed buyers of this property, they've allowed them to cement over the 2 Malka properties on PE Koi, failing the 75% maximum allowed impervious surface. Cement or impervious surface decreases groundwater penetration and limits recharging our aquifer. This increases rainwater flooding onto one of the busiest intersections in Makiki, Lunalilo and PE Koi. The surrounding community has a higher poverty rate than the Honolulu County average. The area is at 11.7%, while average sits at 9.3%. These areas should be prioritized in maintaining green spaces like this park due to lack of single-family homes and lawn spaces. On the 1 block of PE Koi Street there are 15 multi-level apartment buildings. The residents inside these apartments rely on public green space for access for their environment, whether it be in passing or intended use. The current homeless community that uses the PE Koi Street Mini Park prefers the sidewalk median under the H1 overpass. The sidewalk median perimeter is a government-used storage space. During the times when the Honolulu Sheriff Office asked for the homeless population to move from the sidewalk median away from the government-owned space, they resort to moving into the PE Koi Street Mini Park. At night or during weather, they move back under the overpass. Inside the park there is a mature monkey pod tree. Outside this chamber today, the city and county have hung up 66 art pieces by elementary school kids portraying how important trees are in our neighborhoods. I'd like to highlight with this information that the reasoning for this sale is flawed and the outcome of the sale is not in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Say.
Amanda, thank you very much for your patience. Yeah, I drive by every other day, and it's an eyesore for a lot of the residents of Makiki. And you're correct. On the opposite side, you have the homeless encampment. Some of them are sitting on their stretch-out chairs. Others are talking stars. But we've been trying with SPO, SNO to get the homeless relocated to maybe a safer place. And you're correct. In the nighttime, they come back to the area. Daytime, they go right across the street where the biggie bikes are right now, right? So I personally feel if this particular issue was addressed in 2019 was the resolution. Yeah, no. Why would you not want to support it? Or if we kept the provisions in the resolution, it just has to be preservation, and you have this RV Ventures maintain it. That would be better for the city and county of Honolulu, right? No?
I think if it can be written in perpetuity for it to be a public space, like the park at the Ward and Victoria Park in Kaka'ako, I think that might be something that the community might be able to have. But working in social services, the park or no park, a building there, unless that H1 overpass is dealt with or those homeless people are helped and supported, they're gonna stay there. So I would love to see this continue as a park, public or private, but the green space needs to stay.
Mr. Chair, may I just follow up?
Please.
I don't know who the prospective buyer is, but my thought was that, yeah, if they buy a P2 preservation zone area, I would think that, do they own some property adjacent to the park, mini park?
Yes, they own the 2 Malka properties, and both of them are full, pretty much, I would say 90% cemented over, which is against the 75% impervious surface.
Okay, and then the question I have is that would someone from DLM or BFS want to respond to the resolution?
I believe Director Kawano is here and been assigned by the administration to address this.
Andy Kawano, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services.
Yep. How far back does this particular vacant property been in existence?
This transaction has been in play off and on since 2009. It's been reviewed, put down through prior administrations.
And has the prospective buyer, stated to you folks as far as the administration in regards to what the future zoning may be as far as amending the zoning, the P2 zoning? Or the thinking I had was that if RV Ventures bought the property, they'll use that property to tear down the two properties that they own to go up higher and have that as part of their park dedication. And I don't know, Amanda, I'm just thinking it through, what would happen. Have you folks talked about something like this in regards to the sale of this?
Yeah, with regard to, thank you, Councilmember Say. With regard to the hypothetical of tearing everything down and rebuilding bigger, that has not been discussed with us. But perhaps we should ask our DPP director as well, so you have the full scoop. But it hasn't been brought to our attention. I know that, yeah, this interested buyer owns the abutting property next to this surplus remnant property that's supposedly a park. We've talked to DPR, Director Thielen. She said she has no plans for the surplus property at this time.
Okay, is no one from DPP here? VR or JR Ventures?
Hi, I wasn't paying attention. What was the question?
My simple question would be, can we put a provision in the resolution that the zoning cannot be changed? Because my thinking was that they buy the property, Director Apuna, they tear down their abutting structures that they have and then build up, and their dedication would be that piece of parcel as a park dedication.
I'm not sure. I'd have to go check and see. I don't know if we can not allow zoning through resolution in that sense for this specific.
Okay, no,
yeah,
maybe Mr. Pang, can we do it by resolution? A clause or a condition preventing a rezoning of a P2 to a apartment.
Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel. You can put that in the resolution,
yes,
but it would have to be put in it would have to be a condition of sale. So it would have to be a deed restriction. Yeah. And in all honesty, it may not, somebody may not buy it with all those deed restrictions, but legally you can do that. Okay. You can put it in a resolution and require any transaction be subject to your conditions.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. Ms. Kirby, thank you very much for your insights also.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tan.
Thank you. Well, we have the director of DPP here. Thank you. In the resolution itself, the first be it resolved clause, or the second be it resolved clause, sorry, the last whereas clause says that RV Ventures, upon consummation of the sale, must consolidate Lot 46, which is the P.E. Koi Mini Park, with its property, which is required by the Department of Permitting and Planning. So it would be a consolidated property. Would that mean that the property, I guess the Mauka apartment, would be able to utilize the lot, utilize the area of the lot, perhaps to add to their FAR if they were to redevelop that Mauka lot?
If they're consolidating and that's within it, I would assume so, or it would be, yeah.
So what we maybe end up doing here is selling this property for $112,000, but giving them a whole bunch of perhaps FAR bonuses and other things, either advertently or inadvertently, no?
Potentially, I'm not sure, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we know that that's a potential consequence here. And then the question that I had with the second be it further resolved clause, this may be a BFS question or perhaps a DPR question. The second be it resolved clause says that proceeds from the sale, that is the $112,000, will be expended only for the acquisition of property for park or recreational purposes. Do we have any properties in mind right now that are slated for acquisition? I would hate to see this money just, if the sale goes through, just sit there.
You know, unfortunately, I think Director Thielen should answer that. I'm not sure. I don't have the information.
Well, supposing that there isn't a list of potential park acquisitions lined up, how would your department handle setting aside this $112,000? How do you keep track of that?
We do have a park fund such that if monies are restricted in any way for park use, we hold it in a fund. Typically, the Parks Director keeps the use of the funds, within a district. So, yeah, and typically it has to be CIP. So sometimes the funds sit because the specific fund amount related to a park or a district may be too small for a CIP project, so it'll sit for a while. But that does happen.
And then last question, when it says acquisition of property for park or recreational purposes, does that mean real property, or does that mean perhaps a jungle gym? Does that count as acquiring property because the jungle gym may be funded through CIP?
I think it could apply to both if there's an existing park within a district. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kiaina.
Chair, when we had this committee, I did have some concerns that this is smack in the middle of Honolulu, and I understand the social challenges that the community is facing regarding this parcel. But we may be inadvertently giving the buyer a windfall because the dollar amount is so low. And I'm just wondering, since everybody agrees that we need to address some of the challenges with the property, maybe since Department of Parks and Recreation doesn't see any management in their planning process, that they could allow a nonprofit organization, a community-based organization in the neighborhood, kokua and take over this park. And so I guess I would be open to this measure being recommitted back to committee.
Thank you. Any further questions for the director? I just have one real quick, Director Kawano. How did the administration determine that RV Ventures is the appropriate buyer? Was it put out for RFP for other folks?
Well, I think the selection process happened in the past administration, and my understanding, talking to staff in BFS, is that there are rules that are followed for these dispositions, and if the property is non-conforming surplus property, typically what the administration has done in prior years is if they have no use for the property, and if they decide to dispose of it, sell it, they reach out to the abutting property owners. So my understanding is that there was not, a public sale.
I see. I mean, the property is in the middle of town. But when you say there's no use, how about open space and preservation of that tree that's still there? We've been talking about putting money into trees for Honolulu. Well, here we are with knowing that the abutting property is all cement, that's what they might do, cut down the tree and cement over the property. I'm not sure that really is an appropriate use either. Not to say that that was your decision, but can a nonprofit take over that space and perhaps maintain it as part of the agreement between the city and the nonprofit?
I'd have to check, but there is a process to do that. I'm just not sure if we can do it on that kind of property, and it's under DPR. So I'd have to have a discussion with Laura, Director Thielen, and the assigned court deputy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cordero? No?
Oh, is this for questions for Director Kawano?
Yes.
Oh, no, then no questions.
Okay, any further questions for Director Kawano? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
I have a question for the admin. I don't know if this is a BFS question or if there's someone from the admin. There is a Beaky station located here. I understand that in the process of consummating this sale, the Beaky station is planned to be relocated. But if the property is to be maintained perhaps as some sort of public use, have we discussed with the potential buyer whether they'd keep the Beaky station there? I know how important that is for people in Makiki trying to get to and from work or to go shopping.
My understanding is that there have been brief recent discussions, and the current buyer would have does not have an issue if it's temporary, pending figuring out what to do with the station. We've talked to Director Morton, and the plan could be to move the station with other moves. From time to time, Beaky stations are moved around to maximize use. From our BFS staff observation recently, probably due to the state of condition that park is in, that property is in right now, it doesn't look like that Beaky station is heavily used, and it may be better to move it to a location where it can be used, much better used by public. So that's the plan if we move forward to actually move it with other moves that the Beaky program plans to make.
Okay, members, any follow-up questions of Director Kawano? Any further discussion? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know that we had a good discussion during the Committee on Budget. However, there's more information that has come up, not only through that has come up after the discussion on the Committee on Budget, whether it be through the media, but especially through this discussion that we've had today. And since we have a few information that we would like to receive back from the administration, as well as figuring other things for the property and about the property, I would like to make a motion to be able to recommit this resolution back to the Committee on Budget.
Second.
Okay, the motion to recommit has been seconded. Mr. Clerk, do we have to take public testimony on the motion to recommit? No? Okay. So members, there's a motion and it's been seconded to recommit. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 93 and Resolution 24-17 have been recommitted to the Committee on Budget. Thank you, members. Thank you. Ms. Kirby, you made a difference today. Turning to the bottom of page 23, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 95 and Resolution 24-60 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This relates to the transfer of funds.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 95 and Resolution 24-60 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 24, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 97 and Resolution 24-73, CD1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This resolution authorizes the lease of city property to the State of Hawaii Department of Human Services Homeless Programs Office for special needs housing under Section 38-3.4 Revised Ordinances of Honolulu 2021.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no testifiers.
I'm sorry, do we have testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no registered testifiers.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mahalo the Department of Community Services for engaging with the community, attending the Community Association meeting, and just appreciate, just their work with the community to ensure that this facility serves in a way that, given the history of this property, in a way that, meets the needs of the community, but also is reflective of the surrounding area. And so we do think this project will be, is great. So looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 97 and Resolution 24-73, CD1, has been adopted. Moving to the bottom of page 24, from the Committee on Executive Matters and Legal Affairs, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 101 and Resolution 24-97 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This resolution retains legal services of Clay Iwamura Police and Nerval as special counsel to represent defendant Robert Lewis III in the legal action entitled Uolani Gouveia et al. Versus Rick Blangiardi et al.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any objections? Oh, members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 101 and Resolution 24-97 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 25, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 102 and Resolution 24-98 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This resolution retains the legal services of Farm Benedict Sugihara, a limited liability law partnership, LLP, as special counsel to represent defendant Joshua Nahulu in the legal action entitled Uolani Gouveia et al. Versus Rick Blangiardi et al.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations?
No vote.
No vote on behalf of Councilmember Okimoto. Does that trigger a roll call vote? Nope, according to the clerk. Thank you very much. Noting the no vote for Councilmember Okimoto, CR 102 and Resolution 24-98 has been adopted. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 103 and Resolution 24-99 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
This resolution retains the legal services of the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, a special deputy corporation counsel for the City and County of Honolulu in a legal action entitled Nelson et al. Versus Honolulu City and County.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Members, we're in discussion. Saying none, any objections or reservations?
No vote.
No vote for Councilmember Okimoto. Any other no votes or reservations? Noting the no vote on behalf of Councilmember Okimoto, resolution, CR 103 and Resolution 24-99 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 26, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 104 and Resolution 24-100 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this resolution authorizes the Department of the Corporation Counsel to initiate legal action against a firearm industry member and to retain attorneys as special deputies Corporation Counsel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one video conference testifier where the person's not logged on.
I'm sorry, members. I've been informed by Office of Counsel Services that I already moved this to the end of the calendar. So let's put that off to the end of the calendar. Moving to the bottom of page 26 from the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report number 112 and Resolution 24-23 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Approving a conceptual plan for an interim plan development transit project for the Chinatown Hotel development.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that Resolution 24-23 CD1 be amended to the posted floor draft 1.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation of the amendment.
Okay. Oh, it's just granting, excuse me, may we have a short recess?
Yes, recess. Thank you, members. We are reconvening. We are on the bottom of page 26. There is a motion to amend on the table. Councilmember Say for the explanation of the motion to amend.
Thank you. The proposed FD1 makes the following amendments to the proposed Committee Draft 1. It amends condition 5G to provide that within 2 years after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the hotel portion of the project, the applicant shall submit to the city a one-time cash contribution of $3.169 million to be deposited into the city's Housing Development Special Fund, rather than the city's Affordable Housing Fund, credited to the Affordable Housing Development account and used for the purposes set forth in Revised Ordinance of Honolulu, Section 6-46.3E, rather than Section 9-204.3, Revised Charter of the City and County of Honolulu, 1973, as amended of 2017 edition, as amended, and ROH Chapter 6, Article 63, which related to the city's Affordable Housing Fund. After that, we just make miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers on the motion to amend? Motion to amend.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we have one registered testifier in person and one remotely.
Okay, again, we're on the motion to amend, yeah? And I'll allow, public testimony on the actual substantive motion to. But if you'd like to testify on the motion to amend, and again, the amendment is that we're requiring a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund.
I'll wait for the motion on the resolution itself.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody else who would like to testify on the motion to amend? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion on the motion to amend. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I just wanted to say that I appreciate this amendment. I think that the Housing Development Special Fund provides additional flexibility, and one issue that I brought up in the zoning committee is, I hope that this housing can be utilized in the Chinatown or downtown or Evile area, because that is an area that is in need. And having this flexibility, I think, helps to further that end. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, any objections or reservations to amendment? Seeing none, Resolution 24-23, CD1 has been amended to the posted FD1. Now, members, I'd like to open up for the public to comment. Sir, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, members of the council. Thank you for this chance to testify. My name is Ivan Ho. I represent Unite Here Local 5. Local 5 represents 10,000 workers in the hotel, food service, and healthcare industries across Hawaii. We are in support of Reso 24-23, approving the conceptual plan for a hotel at 128 North Nimitz Highway. The hotel would be located close to a future rail stop, which could benefit the successive rail, helping fulfill the goals of transit-oriented development. It could also act as part of the revitalization of Chinatown while preserving historic structure on the premises. The developer is seeking less than the maximum possible variances under the IPDT rules, rather than build a 400-foot structure with a 10.0 FAR and the associated impacts from that. The developer is seeking to only build a 200-foot hotel with a 6.82 FAR, and the community benefits suggested in return seems reasonable. Finally, we feel the developer has reached out to the community from the project's early stages and worked with the stakeholders on their concerns, and we have confidence they will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ho. Are there any questions? I just want to notice that you've been here all day along with members of Local 5, so appreciate you folks being here and waiting patiently. Is there anybody else from your group who'd like to testify? Okay, thank you. I do note that Jolie Tokusato has also registered to testify. Is she available? Nope, okay. Mr. Clark, are there any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on behalf of Councilmember Tyler Dos Santos Tam, the approval of this conceptual plan for the interim plan development transit project in Chinatown highlights the city's focus towards revitalizing and preserving the cultural heritage of Chinatown while also injecting new life into the surrounding community. The increased traffic and business along the Skyline corridor also is crucial, and it fosters a connection between Honolulu's downtown and leeward communities. So for the developer, best wishes on his particular project, and I've got Councilmember Tyler DeSantis tab monitoring it and watching it as it moves on in construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 112 and Resolution 24-23 CD1 FD1 has been adopted. Thank you. Turning to the top of page 27, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 113 and resolution 24-54, committee draft 1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Granting a special management area major permit to allow for the construction of an accessory farm dwelling and agricultural structure in the Mokuleia, Oahu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Oh, looks like Mr.
Mr.
Manaku. Aloha, welcome. Good to see you. Please proceed.
Aloha and welcome, Mr. Chair. James C. Manaku, senior concerned parent, grandparent, great-grandparent. As you can see, Mr. Chair, this dwelling needs a special permit, which means that it has an impact on our endangered species. So I'm deeply concerned that somehow we need to address this, yeah? So we have a lot of agricultural land in Mokuleia. So how can we make them get away from this little piece of property? Yeah, because if not, that's the only place this place and the other place on top of this here, another area. These are the only places that these animals go. Yeah, and the iwi are buried. So how can we somehow help direct them to other areas where, you know, they can exist? If not, then maybe we need to start a fund, yeah? Take pictures so we can show the future generations where they used to live. Because other than that, if we allow these people to start building and building, they'll disappear. So we have to look at some kind of an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Okay, members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 113 and Resolution 24-54 CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 114 and resolution 24-57, committee draft 1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Granting a special management area major permit to allow for the establishment of agricultural operations and the construction of accessory farm dwellings and agricultural structures in Mokuleia, Oahu, once more.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers? Mr. Manaku.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, James C. Manaku, senior concerned parent, grandparent, and great-grandparent. I guess I can see from the last testimony, I guess we're going to have to start taking pictures and showing the future generations what we used to have here in Hawaii. Because I guess we cannot look at any other ways to save those poor animals. But thank you very much anyway.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much. CR 114 and Resolution 24-57 CD1 has been adopted. Turning to the top of page 28, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee report number 115 and Resolution 24-58, Committee Draft 1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Granting a special management area major permit to allow the construction of 2 new single-family dwellings with accessory pavilions, a swimming pool, and a garage in Kailua, Oahu.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 1 person logged on, standing by to testify.
Okay, please proceed.
Hello, aloha, good evening. I'm Peter Vincent, project architect for the project. I believe we've presented the project previously. However, I'm happy to answer any questions you folks may have.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 115 and Resolution 24-58, CD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that committee report number 116 and Resolution 24-71, Committee Draft 1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Granting a special management area major permit to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling, garage, driveway, landscaping, and sprinkler system, and lanai area with swimming pool in Kahaluu, Oahu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 1 in-person testifier, Kristen Iserlo.
Hello, welcome. Please proceed. Could you press the on button? There you go.
So good evening, Chairman and members of the council. I am Kriston Iserlo of Iserlo Architects, the project architect, and I'm here primarily to answer any questions that you might have about the project. I know it's been presented in the past. I'm also was asked by the owner to give a message. She really wanted to be here, but she's out of the country in England, and she asked me to express her aloha for all of you, for your time and your consideration. And beyond that, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about the project.
Thank you so much for being here. Members, any questions for the agent? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
I believe that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Councilmember Say.
I hope the consultant enjoyed his presentation and his stay here and listening to us this whole morning and afternoon.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say. Councilmember Tauba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire.
No.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are, excuse me, 7 ayes, 1 no, 1 member's absent.
Thank you. CR 116 and Resolution 24-71 CD1 has been adopted. Turning to the top of page 29, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 117 and resolution 24-80, committee draft 1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Amending resolution 17-221 CD1 as amended by resolution 20-170 CD1 as further amended by resolution 23-272 CD1 to further extend the deadline to obtain a building permit for an interim plan development transit project located at 1500 Kapilani Boulevard and to approve certain project modifications.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, it appears that we have 3 registered testifiers. Actually, 8 registered testifiers. Starting in person, we have Ivan Ho.
Good afternoon again. My name is Ivan Ho. I represent Unite Here Local 5. Local 5 represents 10,000 working people in the hotel, food service, and healthcare industries across Hawaii. We are in support of Resolution 24-80, approving the extension of time to obtain a building permit for the 1500 Kapilani project. We appreciate the developers' revised proposals for an additional 32 affordable rentals, bringing the total to 110, or about 20% of the project's total units. We support the move to convert one level of the proposed parking garage to use to expand the affordable rental component. The efforts of members of this council to push more for the community for this developer and the developer's efforts to change the project to make this possible have resulted in a better development proposal with meaningful movement towards the creation of much needed affordable housing in Honolulu. The developer has reached out to the community in recent months and worked with the stakeholders on their concerns, and we have confidence they will continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sonia Hara.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councils. It's a privilege to be here once again. My name is Sonia Hara, a hotel workers and a registered voters. I have 4 daughters. I know how it's not easy to live here in Hawaii. I came here in 1995. I was 27 years old way back then. 14 years from now, I'm going to be one of the kupuna. I'm going to be 70 years old. So I'm calculating my time. I have a hard time paying my rent. Until now, I'm still renting. And I agree with this 1500 Kapilani Boulevard, having affordable home. Everyone, not only me, it's a privilege and for everyone that cannot afford to pay the rent. So I agree with this project that coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hara. Next, we have Puri Ibalio.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Puri Ibalio. I'm a hotel worker and a union member. Right now, I can say that I have a good pay, but then 2 years from now, I'm gonna be a kupuna too. And kind of made me think that this is kind of hard for me because pretty soon I'm going to retire, and then I know for a fact that my pension gonna be decreased. So it's gonna be hard for me to pay my bills. That's why I'm here to support this bill, 1500 Kapilani.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mary Glenn Fuerte.
Aloha, Chair Waters, and all members of councils. By the way, I'm Mary Glenn Forte, Housekeeping of Modern. I'm here to
I'm here today to support 1500 Kapulani development because they give me opportunity and my family. For me, developing affordable having housings will help the less for the fortunate Kapuna to be able to have a safe place to live. Instead of paying for housing, they can use the money to afford other stuff or necessities like sending their kids to school or college. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuente. Next, we have Scott Volkman. Not here today? Okay. Also registered to testify is Sterling Higa.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Is Jolie Tokusato available?
Testifier is also not logged on.
Thank you. How about Angie Knight? Thank you for being here.
Well, so sorry. I'm just gonna. Hi, I'm Angie Knight with the Institute for Human Services. First, I want to say thank you so much for hearing this and for the council's efforts in affordable housing. We're in support of the 1500 Kapiolani affordable housing rental development as it's for Kapuna, and we've seen firsthand the rise of homelessness for our elderly. Additionally, this is a rental development, which is very much needed. And for the demographic that needs the assistance in doing just general upkeep for their housing, and also so that they can leave. So sorry, ran across the street as this was going on testimonies. But as this is also just an opportunity for them to live with some independence in a very accessible neighborhood. They're able to walk to grocery stores, see their doctors, and also have supportive care come and visit. So thank you again for your support in this.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify on this matter?
Mr. Chair, we have no other testifiers.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I say a few words?
Absolutely.
On the motion for approval? While I did have reservations about granting yet another extension and the implications of grandfathering in a condo hotel prior to the 2017 vote by the council, in an area not currently zoned for it, I acknowledge the weight of decisions made by our predecessors, and it was imperative that we, as a council, scrutinize the necessity for these extensions, especially in light of community concerns. I would like to commend the developers' commitment to incorporating additional affordable housing and prioritizing local employment opportunities within their hotel segment. Balancing progress with community welfare remains at the forefront of all of our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola is absent. Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 member is absent.
Thank you. CR 117 and Resolution 24-80 CD1 has been adopted. Next, moving on to bottom of page 29, from the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you. I move that CR 122 and Resolution 24-69 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting the shipping services valued at $2,500 to the city from Aloha Cargo for shipping flowers and lei from neighborhood islands to support the making and collection of 38,000 lei to adorn the graves of our service members buried in National Cemetery Pacific of Pu'uaina as part of the Mayor's Memorial Day ceremony.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 122 and Resolution 24-69 has been adopted. Turning to the top of page 30, Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 120 and Resolution 24-51 be adopted,
Second.
urging the Department of Parks and Rec to make official requests for use of the State Department of Education facilities and the State Board of Education to ensure availability of school grounds for recreational purposes.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded, and thank you for the explanation. Is there a motion to amend?
I move that the resolution be amended to the posted FD1, which was recommended by the Director of Parks and Services. The FD1 adds a new 6 whereas clause to reference activities of DOE schools that are permitted in city parks. These would include athletic team practices and games, use of parklands for recess, and PE classes and other class purposes. The idea being, of course, since we are urging that the Department of Education make available fields for our use, that conversely, we should also allow them upon request to also share our fields. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded and been explained. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay, members, we're in discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the amendment? Noting no objections or reservations to the amendment, Resolution 24-51 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members, we're in discussion to the now posted FD1. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 120 and Resolution 24-51 FD1 has been adopted. Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 121 and Resolution 24-62 be adopted,
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
urging the city administration to construct additional beach and sand volleyball courts at city parks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 persons registered, but both of them are not logged on.
Thank you so much. Members, we are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 121 and Resolution 24-62 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 31, from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 125 and Resolution 24-76 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel, lodging, and meals valued at $1,100 to the city from the National Association of Counties Research Foundation for a member of the Office of Economic Revitalization to attend the Counties for Career Success in Phoenix, Arizona from April 30th to May 2nd, 2024.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Seeing none, CR 125 and Resolution 24-76 has been adopted. Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 124 and Resolution 24-66 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution requests the Department of Land Management to update the council on the status of the transfer of city-owned lands to the State Department of Education.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 124 and Resolution 24-66 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 32, from the Committee on Public Safety, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move the Committee Report 126 and Resolution 24-70 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of tuition valued at $24,060 to the city from Windward Community College, University of Hawaii, for up to 20 Honolulu police officers to enroll in the Certificate of Competence in Mental Health Technician Program.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 126 and Resolution 24-70 has been adopted. Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 127 and Resolution 24-72 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of stage and lighting equipment rental valued at $5,094.90 to the city from Hawaii Stage and Lighting Rental, Inc. for the 2024 Police Week Memorial Service.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 127 and Resolution 24-72 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 33, Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 128 and Resolution 24-75 be adopted.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of $10,250 to the city from the 200 Club for the Honolulu Police Department to honor their outstanding officers during the 2024 National Police Week.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 128 and Resolution 24-75 has been adopted. I'd like to thank HPD for staying here throughout the entire meeting. Appreciate everything that you folks do. Moving to the top of page 34, Vice Chair Kia Aina. Balance of committee reports.
I move that the balance of committee reports be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kiana for the explanation.
EMLA Committee Report 105, request for authorization to settle a case against Cone Inc. in Hanani Kahea versus Cone Inc. EMLA Committee Report 106, request for authorization to settle a case against the Honolulu Liquor Commission in Scarlet Honolulu Inc. et al. Versus Honolulu Liquor Commission. EMLA Committee Report 107, request for authorization to settle claims made by Friends of Haunama Bay, a Hawaii nonprofit corporation, against the City and County of Honolulu. EMLA Committee Report 108, request for authorization to settle a case against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Maile Rigo versus City and County of Honolulu et al. EMLA Committee Report 109, request for authorization to settle a case against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Nicholas Porter versus Charles P. Iguchi et al. EMLA Committee Report 110, request for authorization to settle a case against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Allstate Insurance Company as Sumbrogi of Aja Marie Paro versus City and County of Honolulu. EMLA Committee Report 111, request for authorization to settle attorney's fees and costs in a case against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Hawaii Legal Short-Term Rental Alliance versus City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, balance of committee reports have been adopted. Moving to the top of page 35, unfinished business. There is no unfinished business. New business. Next, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-77 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of lodging, airfare, and per diem valued at $1,797.74 to the city from the United States Election Assistance Commission for the Office of the City Clerk's Election Administrator to attend the EAC Standards Board meeting in Kansas City, Missouri on April 17th to the 18th, 2024.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to amend? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Yes, I move that Resolution 24-77 be amended to the posted FD1, which is explained as an attachment to page 35. Would you like me to read it, or is it okay? Then members
Second. Second.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the amendment? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-77 has been amended to the posted FD1. Members, we're now in discussion for the posted FD1. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-77, FD1, has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 36, Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-79 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts the gift of travel, lodging, meals, and related expenses valued at approximately $5,000 to the city from the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators for 2 representatives from the Department of Information Technology to attend the annual Commercial Driver License Coordinators IT Managers Meeting in Denver, Colorado from May 7th to 9th, 2024.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-79 has been adopted. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-94 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Explanation, please.
This resolution accepts a gift of quick-build curb extensions and street murals valued at $25,000 to the city from Better Block, Hawaii, for safer pedestrian crossings on Leoku Street in Waipahu to revitalize, improve, and enrich public spaces, making them safer for the community.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-94 has been adopted. We're on page 37, members. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
I move that Resolution 24-104 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of up to $2,200 to the city from the Association of Local Government Auditors for travel and related expenses for 1 staff member from the Office of the City Auditor to attend the 2024 ALGA Conference in Seattle, Washington.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have no testifiers.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 24-104 has been adopted. There are no items for the Committee on the Whole. Are there any announcements?
Chair, I think we have to go back to
yes.
the last M item.
Thank you for the friendly reminder.
And so to that end, Chair, I move that Committee Report 104 and Resolution 24-100 be adopted. This resolution authorizes the Department of Corporation Counsel to initiate legal action against a firearm industry member and to retain attorneys as special deputies, Corporation Counsel.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded and explained. Any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 persons registered in person, but I do not believe they're here. And 1 person logged on remotely.
Okay, I had Alice Abaleria and James Wallace. I do note, is Alice or James available?
Mr. Chair, the testifier has logged off.
Okay, I do note that someone remotely has
he's back on.
Their hand raised. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrew Namiki Roberts. I'm a director for Hawaii Firearms Coalition. Submitting testimony in opposition to this bill. This bill is targeting a particular firearms manufacturer for the misuse of its product, something that is prohibited by federal law. So when we're filing a lawsuit like this, we need to look at the totality of the situation. There's a federal law that prohibits lawsuits against manufacturers of firearms if their products are being misused. Glock does not make a Glock switch. It is not a product that they've designed. It's not a product that they build. It's not something that they support for their firearms. It's an illegal modification that under federal law is prohibited. In addition to that, if we're saying that Glock firearms are exceptionally dangerous because they can be modified, why exactly is it the Honolulu Police Department exclusively uses them? Every police officer in Honolulu right now is carrying a Glock 17 Generation 3, which is one of the most common firearms that these illegal modifications are fitted on. If we're targeting Glock, the manufacturer of the firearm, why are you not filing a similar lawsuit against the people that are actually selling them? You know, these modifications, which are illegal, they're regulated by federal law, state law, are being imported into the state. They're advertised on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. They're sold by Temu, AliExpress, Alibaba, DHgate, and they're imported into the United States and into the state by UPS, FedEx, and other mailing and shipping organizations. These are the people that are actually committing the crime. Glock is designing their product, and their product is used legally and lawfully. They control about 65% of the market share for these handguns in the country, and their products are being misused, but yet we're targeting them even though it's prohibited by federal law. In addition to that, the state law that's cited in this case is actually under a federal lawsuit right now. It's being challenged in the federal court system by the National Sports Foundation, Shooting Sports Foundation, and it's highly likely that that case is going to win. This law that you're trying to use to file this lawsuit is being challenged. It's illegal under federal law. And then in addition to that, we're filing this lawsuit in a rush to fix a problem that's not really a problem. You cite that 6 cases have been filed on the federal level, but why have no cases been filed by the city or by the state? They're just as illegal at that level, but yet we don't have any cases that we can cite to where these have been found by the Honolulu Police Department on this island. We're only looking at federal. Which is usually when they are imported and they're stopped at the importation level. I appreciate your time. I'm a little disappointed that this bill was pushed back from where it was, and we've had to wait 8 to 9 hours to give testimony on it. But I appreciate the opportunity to actually give testimony on it.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Any other testifiers, Mr. Clark?
Well, we have one person in the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations?
No vote.
Sorry, no vote, sorry.
Thank you. No vote for Councilmember Okimoto and Tolba. Any other reservations or noes? Thank you very much. Noting the 2 no votes previously stated, CR 104 and Resolution 24-100 has been adopted. Members, thank you so much. Are there any announcements? I'd like to announce a happy birthday to Raiden Cordero, which was last week, I believe. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
Would you like to give a speech? Or can you limit it to 20 minutes, please?
No, thanks. Uncle Sam took up all of my time.
Thank you. Happy birthday. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the motion to adjourn.
I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Wednesday, May 15, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Noting no objections. Council stands adjourned until Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, 10 a.m. Thank you, members. Thank you, staff. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, OCS. We're adjourned.